because they were trying to play up the ambiguity of her race. But does that mean people didn't know? I don't know, but they do. That's like a part of her thing.
They did that with Madonna as well.
Madonna never sounded black to me. Not for
right, but they did that. So her first song was actually released on R&B stations.
What was her first song?
I think it was Holiday or some shit. I gotta look.
Holiday.
Like Locker sounded blacker than Madonna.
So I think Madonna's first appearance was on was it Solid Gold or something?
Yeah, her first single is Everybody.
Oh,
Everybody.
Marilyn Coo. Marilyn Coo.
Oh my God, Tina Marie's been dead for a long time.
Yeah, 2010. She died on Juneteenth. I'm going on me.
I'm dead. So let me
You want to be one of us.
Let me read something, and maybe this is what. Oh my God, Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote an essay called "The Indomitable Blackness of Tina Marie." Yuck.
Oh no.
Yuck.
Wait, so read it first.
Yuck. No, I wasn't gonna read that. This behind a paywall. I gotta sign in, but I will read this, and maybe this is what Robert is talking about from the '70s. So I'm gonna give him credit on this. So when her debut album came out, Berry Gordy, she was with Motown, did not put her picture on the album so that black radio programmers and listeners would, in fact, guess she was black or whatever. But then she appeared on Soul Train shortly after that. So everybody knew she was white because she came on Soul Train.
I was literally gonna say.
And she gave it up. They loved it.
Yeah. Because I remember seeing the James performance.
Yeah, but it was the same year. So to be fair to Robert, maybe there was like a month in 1979 where people didn't know she was black or white. But sometimes when we have the conversations, people act like there wasn't film and television in the 70s and 80s. She was on TV.
There wasn't.
She was a white lady on Soul Train.
There wasn't cable in the 80s.
There wasn't cable. You're right.
David Bowie, he was on the train too before David Bowie.
Huh?
I said David Bowie was also on Soul Train. We saw him as well.
Well, yeah, but yes.
They love him.
Yeah, but everybody knew he was black. When he was white, he was gone.
David Bowie was in the Midnight Special.
Yeah, Soul Train it was like the Showtime at the Apollo, the things like they would bring on white, famous white acts.
I think Casey and Showtime was on Soul Train.
Yeah, I think.
All right.
What are you talking about?
All right, so here we go. So with April, May, June, July, August. So for 6 months, people may have thought she was what? She was black. Because her album.
US military bases inside the Israel came out.
If you listen to my view, I agree that
armed shipment from separatists from UAE. UAE is just doing the same thing to Somaliland. UAE wants Somaliland to get bombed.
Wallahi, people
UAE wants to come bring Israel there. Wallahi, Djibouti, Djibouti ساساتي قال رعتي Francis لكن Djibouti مستحيل حالهم the fall that missiles that coming to Israel قارعوا. How many
really where he presents evidence that actually there was in fact, based on a bunch of factors including prior prisoners' reason to think that some of the cavity search was in fact necessary because some prisoners do in fact try to hide rather surprising things in there. Now I'm not saying that that's enough for me to exonerate Israel or just shrug it off or think that Israel's been proven perfectly innocent. Rather, my response is this guy might be lying to me also in ways that are too subtle and nuanced for me to really judge because I haven't looked closely into it. I think there's quote unquote good defenses of some of these things in written sources where good doesn't mean successful, but hard for a lay person to tell is wrong. But it's probably not in 5-minute YouTube clips.
Yeah, they're garbage. The Piers Morgan debates are definitely garbage. They're just like kind of more for entertainment. Two questions. One, sorry, I'm gonna judge you a lot based on this. To be honest, actually, this is gonna be character defining for you, at least in like how I perceive you. Do you like Douglas Murray?
No.
Okay, cool. Fuck, thank God, because I like you, Mark, but you're about to be dead to me, depending on how you answer that question. And then, what do you think is like? What do you think is more pressing? Like you said, there's like things that you think are like far more interesting or like more tractable.
Well, I mean, I guess the two major criteria are like importance in terms of the number of lives it affects and tractability, i.e.,
what headway would be made in the debate or something, the discussion or whatever.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm talking about importance of issues rather than debates about issues. Like issues are important if they affect a lot of people, and if I can do a relatively large amount about it compared to some other issue.
I got you.
So like with Israel, it's hard because whichever side I choose, there's a ton of people. It's like an uphill battle because there's a ton of people on the other side, and my contribution will be canceled out by those of all the other people on the other side to a large amount. Like I'll have some tiny contribution left over, marginal contribution left over, but just not very much. Whereas if it's something that very few people care about or everyone is like in unanimous agreement with, then my much less of the impact of my actions gets canceled out by someone on the other side.
Why don't you like Douglas Murray, Mark? He's a he's a gay man who what he wants is there to be like liberal values. He doesn't like Islam because of their like propensity towards like killing apostates and killing artists and stuff like that. He generally supports Israel because he thinks Israel is like a bastion of like Western civilization and like a protection for Judaism. He hates jihadism with a fiery passion, but that's like a reasonable thing to hate. If he had his way, if he was made dictator of the world, he wouldn't genocide anyone. What he would just do is he would just like make sure Israel was safe. He doesn't have like malicious ends. He just seems to have like an inordinate hatred of Islam. Is that like, I don't see that as a huge crime. Would you disagree?
Why do you want me to hate Mark?
I'm just trying to see my
Now that's my dog. Look, I'm gonna team up with Mark against Sully now. Now that he said he hates Douglas.
Well, I mean, first of all, I confess I haven't really consumed that much of his. Like I'm just familiar with a few online clips of him. So my opinion isn't that strong. But while it's true that I probably aligned with him politically on a very large number of factors, especially compared to the people I know that he's debated. I just find him like cringy and his argumentation very bad, and I thought that's what I was being asked to judge.
No, I mean the thing is though, like, there's obviously going to be things that Douglas Murray says that I agree with. Like also like when people talk about like some I don't like, and in my like utopia like Islam factors in, as in there's going to be lots of arguments that Douglas Murray that I agree with, or lots of criticisms of Islam that I agree with that like he gets accused of being Islamophobe for that I disagree with. But I actually do think it's separate to that. I think he is like a bigger and he's just like an actual kind of weirdo, but and he also is kind of a psychopath. Like he's kind of psychotic. Like even the way he talks about Norman Finkelstein is really obsessive and weird. But generally, like my critiques aren't like. Also, I also think he's Islamophobe. That's what probably Mark and I disagree.
I mean, if he is an Islamophobe, I just think that's not the good like. Yeah, like what? Tell me something bad about him.
Randomly, yeah. Unlikely link up. Aya and that woman. The one who kept calling you a black cunt.
I don't know who's calling you. Lots of people call you black cunt.
That's not a lie. No, that weird chavvy.
You mean your mom?
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
That was dark. What the fucking intended, alright? What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking animal. No, that like, it's just her name's.
Lisa?
Not Kayla, Lisa, that's it. I don't know, like Kayla or something, man. Yeah, the one, you know, the British one, right?
Yeah, you fucking count.
Yeah, this is the irony, yeah? The woman comes on stage and goes, you call me racist. It makes sense because I'm Islamophobe, I'm racist. But nevertheless, she's like, well, you call me racist. You are the real racist. And then that fucking daft bin was like, yeah, he is fucking racist. He fucking hates white people. And she was like, yeah, he is a racist. He is a racist. Yeah, he is a racist. And they both came out and called me a racist. Bear in mind, she came up to the fucking chick who just randomly went, I'm a racist, yeah, you black cunt.
Dude, that was so funny in the room when she was like, she described herself as like, yeah, I'm an ethno-nationalist who doesn't want any blacks more in the country. And then she's like, I don't know why you call me an ethno-nationalist. And we're like, you called yourself that. And she's like, no, I didn't. And then like, you trace the entire conversation where exactly what we said and she said. And then she was like, oh, you're right. And then, who cares what I said? Like,
you know why people like that are especially fucking retarded? Turns out, she's literally married to an Arab. And did you see how shit she played that card? That is the fucking Trump card of the fucking century. She could have fucking mullered like, she could have baited us enough for me to be like, you're a fucking racist. You hate Arab people. You know, she's Muslim. You hate Muslims. You hate that. Oh, turns out my husband, you know, like, she could have cooked us. Instead, she fucking leads with, I'm a racist. And then I'm just like, my husband's an Arab. It's like, yeah, really, bro. For the fuck. She's,
he sounds like a Anyway, back to the important conversation. So I'm looking up online who's generally considered the greatest generals of all time. And they have Hannibal Barca above Khalid ibn al-Walid. Hannibal lost, okay? Khalid ibn al-Walid did not lose. I feel like that should be...
He lost on the Italian peninsula with like no reinforcements, no supply lines. And like...
Can I just say, yeah? What
had like a historic run of victories before that eventual walk.
Can I say this one thing? When Hannibal of Barca took his Myers-Briggs test, he got the exact same score as me. How cool is that? So like we're basically the same guy, like in terms of like our leadership qualities. Like I like between all of us here, I would probably be the greatest military commander.
That makes sense.
Like, let me see, because like when he took like when all of these guys took their Myers-Briggs tests, one of the best of them, if not the best of them, got the same score as me. So.
Hannibal was hung out to dry by internal Carthaginian political machinations. Like the Carthaginian Senate or whatever it was called just basically decided, due to internal rivalries, to stop funding or financing his army or resupplying it. So he couldn't really do anything. Whereas Khalid ibn al-Walid didn't really have that problem, or at least until after his wars were all won.
No, it's probably because like lost it. Elephants! I need more!
I mean, he chose not to attack Rome, which, like, pussy, you're a pussy. Should have taken Rome. Just sitting around Italy for a while, not doing shit. That's lame.
We need to put Fabius Cunctator up on the list of greatest generals.
I don't know who that is.
He's the greatest general in all of history and one of my personal heroes.
Concantor. Yeah.
He's the man who defeated Hannibal and did the impossible long before Scipio Africanus finish the job.
Wait, is he the guy that just kept doing like hit and run shit?
Yeah, the Fabian strategy.
Yeah, Cunctator means the delayer. He realized the Carthaginians were too hard to beat, so he basically innovated brand new military tactics of just like constantly wasting their time and fucking up their supplies without ever really engaging them.
Burning half of Rome.
It was fucking
you would burn Roman crops so that Carthaginians couldn't get them.
This was all novel, and like his strategy was incredibly unpopular in Rome, and he was like basically an outcast. He was considered a massive pussy and extremely dishonorable until Rome lost like 70% of its young men, and then they came to him on their knees begging for him to be made consul, and he accepted it. And he did the job.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I agree. That guy's a legend.
It is pretty badass.
No, it's not like that's Rome, bro. That's not what people are lionized for. The fuck. Some like like war of attrition. Like he basically was just like. And
He ran away for a
that's
year.
only a tactic he can exploit.
Yeah. But he
That's
did
only
it
a tactic he can
successfully.
exploit because of the size of the empire, as I understand it, like how you described it. It's not like some fucking like he's some like great. Like if anything, it's insurmountable odds being overcome that you give people these credit for, like strategizing. Like wasn't.
Well, that strategy defeated Napoleon, didn't it?
Listen to how stupid Timothy is. He says the size of the empire during the Punic Wars. What an idiot.
Oh my
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Oh, shit. What is okay?
It's the Republic.
But like okay, so it was a republic and not an empire until what was it?
Until Augustus. Until Caesar. Julius Caesar is one of those.
Okay, is that? Okay. Wait, wasn't Octavius the first emperor or the last?
Yes, exactly. Augustus is the first emperor.
Julius Caesar basically consolidated power, and then Augustus, his adopted son, was the first official emperor.
Hey, Millet, you hateful spiteful.
Well, this spiteful Jewish.
What was the name of the last king of Rome?
King of Rome? I don't know, of the 7 kings? I don't know any of their names.
He's L. He just said, last king of Rome, upward inflection, question mark, confusion.
Yeah, you didn't know. I said of the 7 kings, I don't know any of them.
Yeah, Tarquin Superbus. You didn't know that?
Tarquin
Yeah,
Superbus?
that's right.
Shit. That's a gangster handle.
It is actually such a cool name.
Fucking sick name.
Something that's pretty awesome is I was watching Russell Crowe being interviewed and how he gets like really amazing treatment in Rome. And the first time it happened, he was like, "Why is this happening? I don't get it." Like, "Sir, because of Gladiator, you are the 8th king of Rome." Like, like some Roman guy said that to him.
I think the 8th king of Rome would have been some Lombard.
Oh.
Actually, now that I think about it, the kings of Rome were fictional, so there was never was a king of Rome.
They were not fictional.
No, but we don't know. They could be fictional. The stories that are told about them, we don't know how many kings there were, if there were kings. We don't really know.
Isn't there like coinage? I could be completely fucking fucked up here. Wasn't there like coinage for Tarquin? Or is that like?
I think maybe the
I don't know.
earlier ones. Maybe the earlier ones might have been fictional, but I don't think the last. Like, I don't think Tarquin was a mythical guy. So here's another variable we gotta think about besides just Hannibal lost and that that losing some credit. Another thing is Genghis Khan had really talented subordinates like Subutai and Jebe, and how much does their talent take away from his credit? Like Jordan had Pippen, you know what I mean? Yeah. Kobe had Shaq. Like, you gotta kind of ask, like, how much?
LeBron had Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
Don't do that. Genghis Khan didn't move to like fucking the British Isles and just like cook over there too, like on his own, like literally take over the fucking continent.
I think that, I guess when you're Genghis Khan, you're both the general and the GM. So, like, you should probably get credit for your trade decisions. Like, your decisions to hire Subutai should be in your, a credit to yourself. So.
Well, I'd say it's more than that. Aside from, like, being the great general.
GM, do you mean like general manager? Like, that's
Yeah.
You also have to
general manager
maintain the
Mongol horde.
lower officers. That's part of being a good general.
Sorry, was that what you, I didn't hear you? What you said?
Part of being a good general is leading captains and lieutenants.
Yeah, and knowing how to tell them what to do, like the
More than that, like if they are capable, if they are truly great and could like rival you, then they might do that. You have coups to worry about. Like if you can actually maintain them and keep the whole of the Mongolians or the Huns, then yeah, you're a general. And it all goes to you, right? Like Patton like single-handedly like runs through Europe and takes it, but he also had officers and people that he had trained up, that he knew their names of, and that when he told them to take a hill, they'd take the hill. That's part of being a general.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually pretty interesting that there's a bunch of
Patton's an overrated
a great emperor or king having a really talented general that didn't do a coup. So you had Augustus had this guy named Agrippa, who's like a way better general, never did a coup against him. You had Belisarius, was a general of Justinian, never did a coup. And like, it just seems like, I guess sometimes you can just have your bros be loyal. Like it's not always the case that the talented general is going to do a coup. Also, I guess it's really dangerous to do coups. So I guess it's another thing people keep them loyal. Another thing to consider is just how much should brutality count as demerit for your generalship. You know, like if you're winning, but all your dubs are like because you're a dirty player. Like I don't know, I feel like that's just you should remove some marks.
No, that's what makes great generals.
You say how much is your brutality?
Yeah, so like Tamerlane won lots of battles, but a lot of that was just he was a brutal motherfucker. And I feel like in the same way you don't want to give credit to the Pistons, the 80s Pistons because of the brutality. Like you want it to be like a game of skill, not just like, oh, who could be the dirtiest players.
So have you seen? Sorry, I don't want to alienate the room, but have you seen that clip of Magic and fucking Isaiah when they like he cries?
No.
You never seen that shit?
No.
Yo, I bet you. I'm actually interested to know like what your reaction is and if you're sympathetic to it. You know what happened, right?
Oh, that Isaiah was taken off of the Dream Team because of Michael Jordan. And,
well, yeah, but
and Isaiah was mad about that.
Yeah. Well, no. So like basically, you know, this is around the time when the Magic revealed that he had people discovered, I don't know how it worked exactly, that he had HIV or AIDS at the time, yeah, and then basically people alleged that there was a rumor circulating, which I don't even necessarily think was a rumor more than just like a common inference at the time, which was like, oh, if you got AIDS, you're gay. So a lot of people thought that Magic was gay, and basically because Magic gave some support to Bird on the whole race issue, like so it was basically revealed that Isaiah had said, oh, people only hype Bird because he's white, right? And there was this big backlash, and then they did this like peace summit where Bird and Isaiah like shook hands and shit. Isaiah came out and said like he didn't mean that, and it was just like a flippant comment. He didn't mean it to go this far. But then basically like Magic was seen kind of siding with Bird on the issue, you know, because they were like friends. You know, they were like these rivals, Lakers and whatever, Celtics. And then because of that perceived issue between them, rift between Magic and Isaiah, who were best friends, people thought that he started to rumor that Magic was gay. So because of that, on the 92 team, he was just like he didn't basically answer any of Isaiah's calls. You know, like he was with Jordan on excluding Isaiah kind of thing. Right, and then because of that, they literally didn't speak for like 20, 30 years. And then they meet up for the purposes of this 30 for 30 documentary for the first time. And then like they meet up, and then Magic's like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, brother. And then like Isaiah just bursts into tears, but it's like proper sad, I'm not gonna lie. Because it's kind of like, you know, you're my best friend, you kind of ruined my career. And it's not clear that Isaiah did any of the things that he was accused of. But like Magic definitely did the shit he was accused of. Like, he definitely blocked him, he definitely sided with him, he definitely helped paint the Bad Boy Pistons as like these people who shouldn't be in basketball, and you know what I'm saying? Like, basically kind of ruined Isaiah's career. And then like, watch the clip. It's just I don't know, it's a very evocative clip.
Send it. But I mean, it is said Isaiah was not played on. He should have been on the dream team. Like he is like better than like Chris Mullins or whatever the guy's name is. Like he should have been him. But at the same time, they would the bad boys are a bunch of dirty players. So like yeah, fuck you for playing like that.
I think all of the bad boys were decent, good people except for Phil Lambert.
Also Bill Lambier, so Bill, you can write that one down.
No! The racist joke backfired on me, man. See, Sam? That's why racism was bad.
But yeah, I mean, Bill Lambier is respected. But like, why
I fuck with his energy. I was just joking because he's like a white guy, so it's a racist joke. I fuck with all of them, to be honest.
Young Marcus, you there?
Yeah.
Alright, so I want to ask you if you know who these people are, because I'm asking Grok for different generals, really good. I've never heard of these people. Helmuth von Moltke, have you heard of him?
Name vaguely sounds familiar, but I could be hallucinating.
It's Knight von Moltke.
Oh, Andre, who's von Moltke?
Prussian general.
Was he real good?
Germany lost 2 world wars. I rest my case. Not good enough.
Alright, what about Eugene of Savoy?
Never heard of him.
He was good. Oh, he was good.
Henry of Turin.
Wait, can you attach a little bio to these when you're done?
No, names works.
Alright, so von Moltke is the architect. This is what Grok says. Architect of victories in German unification, emphasis on planning and railroads. So I guess he's a logistics guy. Eugene of Savoy, key victories against the Ottomans in the War of Spanish Succession. He was very tactically flexible.
Huh.
And then you have Henry de Turenne, master of maneuver in the 30 Years' War, influenced later generals like Napoleon. I think Napoleon mentions him as like one of his favorite generals. Yeah, I've never heard of these guys. Should read up.
Go to West Point, study.
So Julius Caesar is going to be in the conversation for greatest generals ever. Pompey was like the greatest general of his day. He beat him. He conquered Gaul. He conquered Egypt with a small force. He was just like incredibly successful as a military leader.
Every great general conquered Egypt. Alexander the Great, Napoleon, Caesar.
That's true.
Made more sense when Napoleon did it.
I still believe Egypt rightfully belongs to France.
I think the Duke of Wellington should be given more credit for beating Napoleon. Like, if Napoleon's the greatest general ever, and then this guy beat him, it's like, feels like that should give him some credit.
I don't know. He already gets a ton of credit.
Yeah.
They have like a like they faced it a certain way so that it's a statue of the Duke of Wellington, so that he could always be facing his eternal enemy, the French.
Is that statue near the statue of the man named Trafalgar? No.
Water. In Waterloo, Belgium,
You gotta forget that one. You gotta forget that one.
Low asshole. You know I have a fucking learning disability.
in Waterloo, Belgium, there's an amazing museum towards Wellington. But I do agree with Sam that he should get more credit than Joe.
Wellington also did other stuff before his like Napoleon stuff. He like was successful. I think he was in India. Did some successful stuff there.
Napoleon was a spent force, like by the time the Duke of Wellington got his hands on him, right? Like he'd come back from exile on Corsica, complete spent force.
Yeah, plus he relied on Blücher's intervention with the Prussian army as well, so it wasn't his alone. But I mean, you know, you can look it up. But if I remember correctly, he got his dukedom for winning that war. So I think he did get his reward.
I love how you can just for the rest of his life you can be like, oh, by the way, I beat Napoleon. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I just beat Napoleon. No big deal. Like it's kind of like how like Buzz Aldrin for the rest of his life. Like, oh, remember that time I went to the moon? Remember I was the first guy to go to the moon?
And he invented a delicious beef dish on top of all that.
Beef Wellingtons are under because considering how delicious they are.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I so disagree with that statement. The fucking mushrooms on them are disgusting.
You don't like beef Wellington, bro?
Dude, it's like the texture of mushrooms. I just can't do it. Even if it's like pureed or whatever, I fucking hate mushrooms.
Oh, you just hate like general fucking texture. Their textures are not. I already said their textures could be improved.
Yeah, it's like eating rubber or something. It's like really like revolting to me. I don't know why.
No, I totally. I
They're
used to
so
feel that way.
widely chocolate. Have you actually ever had beef Wellington?
Yes.
Where?
At a French restaurant in Toronto. An English dish, probably. Yeah, why? Why do you ask?
Mushroom disgusting, but like
Fucking, they're disgusting.
no, but I don't want to agree with Lilith because of the Punic Wars incident.
Fiasco.
Mushrooms, yeah, mushrooms are great. Fuck you, bitch.
I've tried them like cooked in like every possible different way, and they're fucking disgusting every time.
Hey, do you like the truffle flavor? I guess I
No.
don't know which color.
I love truffle. Oh.
Okay, are you just talking about sort of the normal kind of mushrooms?
It's not like a bunch of different types. I don't know all the names.
Any
Like
kind of mushroom.
any type that I've had at any fancy restaurant, I've always like just
Have
looked
you
at
ever
it with
had
normal thing.
morels?
Yes, I've had morels. Like they're like big, right?
magic.
Morels are like
You've
big,
never
like,
had
weird shapes.
morals.
Morels.
Oh my.
No,
You
they're
guys
kind
are
of-
dumb
they're
today,
They're not really mighty, but they're good. They're related to truffles, actually.
Those are so good. So good.
Oh, well, I think you just better stay away from those mushrooms. Generally.
You know what the worst tasting fucking mushrooms in the world are? Magic, like actual like magic mushrooms. Has anyone like taken mushrooms? They taste like paste, like wall paste.
Anyone here?
You gotta put them in. You
Wall
gotta
paste?
you have to put them in other stuff.
They have the
Like-
texture of wall paste. That's probably a better way to say
No,
it.
I mean I agree that they taste disgusting, but you gotta like put them in other stuff.
Tried that too. I've had them in peanut butter sandwiches. I've had them on pizza. Tried all that.
Listen, they're
They're
nasty.
fucking gross, dude.
They're nasty. Yeah.
Did you say peanut butter sandwiches?
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of the tricks to like get them down. Is like you just either do peanut butter.
As you would for a dog.
Okay.
Oh, I had a question for you, Mills. I forget it was about Ontario. Never mind.
Was that a restaurant called Sassafras in Toronto? They have French cuisine? Because they're not a good representation of French cuisine.
I was gonna say, is
Did
it
you say
maybe
sassafras?
Yeah, Sassafras.
No, it wasn't there. It was at hold on, I wish I could remember the name of the place. It's at like do you know where Scotia Plaza is, downtown Toronto?
Yeah, it's Cleveland.
Yeah, so it was a restaurant that used to be there, like you could get there by like walking through the tunnel. I forget if it was like at Scotia Plaza or between Scotia and like TD Plaza. Like that's all I can remember about it.
Yeah, Toronto doesn't do French cuisine that great, unfortunately.
I agree.
French food is the most overrated food of all the cuisines.
I agree with that as well, as someone who's eaten many times in France when I lived in Belgium.
Not the greatest, but you can do it better than others.
Like it's good. French food's good, but like it's not as good as Italian food. It's not as good.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Italian food is way better. And also Japanese food is way better.
Japanese food or Indian food.
Are you saying you're not a fan of escargot, Sam? Is that what you're saying?
Greek is better.
They're made with love. There's some food that's made to present well and digest well, and then there's food with love. Give me the love.
Hey, we have the French. We're not some of the best cheese. Like, come on, man.
Oh, what? Yeah, I thought that until I lived in Belgium, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I prefer Belgium cheese better. I can't believe I'm saying this. Like,
Swiss has the best cheese.
Even Italy is really good at it.
I thought it was the Swiss that has the best cheese.
no,
That's the
Swiss
best
pretty
one.
good.
Swiss is
No, I thought. No, I thought it was again the other way around.
Belgium impressed me with their cheese. I did not expect that.
Well, there you go.
But you don't know cheese until you've been to Wisconsin.
I'm from Wisconsin. That's where I was
You don't
raised.
change
Sam.
TV to America. American cheese.
Oh, wait,
You're
wait,
from Wisconsin?
I was raised there. I haven't lived there in about 12 years, but yeah, I went there and I went to school.
Fried cheese curds? I don't know why.
Fried cheese curds.
Hasn't done
Fried-
this. It's
yeah.
fucking food. It's like,
My-
I don't know.
Cheese.
I'm
So my
saying, you
family-
guys have cheese in a can. Like, come on.
No. These cheese curds are so amazing. So my family is your typical immigrant family, right? We opened up a butcher shop and we opened up a restaurant, and my mom swore up and down like the restaurant was gonna be her recipes, everything hers, but she had to make cheese curds or else there's gonna be a revolt. Like that and fried pickles. But yeah.
Listen, we have cheese whiz in fucking America.
Oh, no. I wouldn't even give it to my dog.
That's disgusting. Yeah, it's disgusting.
No.
That's a disgusting
Oh,
process.
I did not choose plastic.
Exactly. So we shouldn't be critiquing. But the pickles. I'm a classic.
Me too. I'm making pickles right now, and I can't wait. What a lovely life. But yeah, Sam, have you been to Wisconsin?
I went to college there.
Okay. I went to not the big one, but the one. I don't want to dox myself. Okay. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful state, but yeah.
So you went to UW, but not Madison, the other UW.
Exactly. The middle one between many. Okay. Lacrosse.
We had cheese curds. I used to get this stuff called horseradish Havarti, which was Havarti cheese mixed with horseradish into it. That shit was amazing.
Sounds so good. Any aged cheddar. I don't know. I'm a sucker for it.
Yeah, valid.
Swiss, even blue cheese has grown on me. Surprisingly.
So when I moved back, this is like not interesting to anyone but myself, but when I moved back to the States, I gave my dog some like Gouda from here, and he looked so offended at me. Like, what is this garbage in your mouth? He does.
Keep the smell of the nasty, toxic. He's like, no, I have that.
He does. If I could send you, but he's very stuck. Yeah. He's pretty toxic.
He will not eat. He'll chew his nose.
Why is your dog so bougie? Why is your dog so bougie? He's like,
Because I
this guy.
accidentally made him that way. I accidentally did.
It's okay. He has high standards. That's fine.
Yeah, he's well loved. That's what I said. Yeah, he does have standards, as he should. He had a rough start in life, so he had to make it better. Yeah. Yeah. Good.
Worst general in history? Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh, yeah. These are funny.
I asked ChatGPT, Grok, and Gemini the 20 best generals and commanders in history are, and I like Gemini's answers the best.
So what's top three? The top three.
Alright, so it goes.
After this, ask them who the most overrated generals in history are.
Alright, so this says Napoleon 1, Alexander the Great, then Genghis Khan 3. Then it has what's it called? Hannibal and Khalid ibn Walid. That's the next ones, which I think all of these are very fair. And then after that, what's it got?
Is it the bottom three?
No, those are the top 3, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on,
I know
bro.
Napoleon, obviously.
Come on, bro. Okay,
Who's
and then after these, as Subutai, which is Genghis's right hand man, Julius Caesar. I think Julius Caesar should be above Subutai. Then it has Yi Sun Sin, which is Mark's pick. Then it has this guy named Gustavus Adolphus, who I've heard of, but I don't know what he's famous for exactly.
He's Swedish, and he fucked up the rest of Europe for a while with his relatively small army.
And then it has Scipio Africanus. Then it has Frederick the Great, which
Was he the guy, Mark, who was the first one to really use pick and shot?
A what?
Pick and shot, use a pike and a specific amount of. There was a guy in Sweden, I think it was Sweden, who fucked up Europe because he figured out that the percentage of people with gunpowder weapons to the percentage of people with pikes wasn't correct, and he just kind of.
Well, you're right, because it says in the description he integrated artillery, cavalry, and infantry into combined arms formations.
Yeah,
in a way that was unique.
I didn't know what that specifically was, but I did know he was famed for his innovative logistical reforms. That he was credited for. That's credited usually for his success in the battle.
Alright, and then after that, after Mr. Gustavus Adolphus, you have Scipio Africanus, Frederick the Great, and then Belisarius, and then Alexander Suvorov of Prussia, and a guy I've never heard of named Han Zin, a brilliant strategist who helped found the Han Dynasty. Then this guy Helmuth von Moltke the Elder again, and then Duke of Wellington, and then Tamerlane. I think Tamerlane should probably be higher. And then Eric von Manstein, widely considered the best operational commander of World War II. Zhukov, and then John Churchill, the Duke of Marlborough.
Do you remember when you didn't know who Eric von Manstein was?
Yeah, that was pretty
That was
embarrassing.
pretty bad.
So we type in the worst generals of history.
There's
It's just the list of Italian World War II generals.
No. I saw an Italian general from World War One because he was crazy stupid. Custer was on that list, and a Roman guy, Crassus. Those were
The
the lessons.
the worst generals. Out of like 8, 4 of them are in the US. It's kind of sad. But yeah, I don't even know half of these people.
An underrated general was Napoleon's Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte, who's a good general because he convinced the Swedish parliament to elect him king.
I mean, Custer is a pretty interesting guy.
Ask the machine who the most overrated generals are.
I haven't asked him, but
I think
but-
it's
but-
guys.
I don't think. I want to think. Hold on. For Custer, he was fighting for the North, so ultimately he was like a good guy. He was like fighting to end slavery, and he was this like dashing guy with like.
I feel like you're forgetting how he died.
Most of his career was him fighting the South and slavery, wearing fancy outfits and having his red, bright hair blowing in the wind and like looking like a fancy pants. And then then he tried to kill some Indians, got ambushed and died over it. But like that's not most of what he was up to.
Okay, the ambush and the death is not what labels him a bad general. His disregard of the intelligence as to how many forces there were opposing him, his general confidence and refusal to acknowledge that the natives could put up any kind of a threat, and then his utter total defeat is what makes him a terrible general.
The correct word is actually he was a Yankee Doodle.
I don't know if this counts, but what about Hernan Cortez? I mean, he's a general in the sense that he was like he was engaged in a military conflict in which he called all the shots.
Yeah.
And he probably won against bigger odds than anyone else in all of history in terms of sheer numbers. Second only to like Pizarro, who was basically a doppelganger.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that both Pizarro and Cortez did it kind of lowers the luster for both of them because then it becomes more looking like just a matter of technology than their particular skill. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you want to know the overrated general?
Yeah, just people go to that. Genghis Khan is top 3. This man is like a savage. He killed over billions of people. I kind of wonder what they base this on.
Okay, so most overrated general, top, this one's like sort of a clear top, is MacArthur. Because of his failures in the Philippines and the Korean War. And insubordination. The two honorable mentions overrated, which I bring because you would like it. Bernard Montgomery, overcautious, slow, and overly self-congratulatory. And minority view, because again, I still disagree with this, but you like it. Napoleon Bonaparte. Tactical genius, but strategically reckless later, destroyed by his own ambition. Still, those historians rate high overall.
Yeah, that's all good stuff.
Alright, so my grok has me, Gemini has me saying Robert E. Lee is the most overrated.
Ooh, really?
And it says mid. And then it has Rommel, and then MacArthur.
Almost, yeah. Well, Rommel wrote some history.
Okay, so who's under?
That's interesting. Robert E. Lee. That's like. That's so,
MacArthur's
your Gemini
interesting.
sucks, dude. Your Gemini said that Ulysses S. Grant is like a great general, and Robert E. Lee is overrated.
Well,
what the fuck is going on?
Okay.
Well, here's what it says about Robert E. Lee. It says Lee was a brilliant tactician, winning battles, but a poor strategist. He focused obsessively on the Virginia theater, while the rest of the Confederacy collapses in the West. His aggressive style bled the South dry. He took massive casualties at Gettysburg and Antietam that the South could not replace. Rather than fighting the defensive war of attrition.
That's because he lost his right arm right before Gettysburg. Stonewall Jackson.
And then for the worst general of all time,
also Stuart.
Michael, I didn't unmute myself fast enough. I was going to make a joke about no emotion, and it blocked.
Stuart, who was his cavalry commander at Gettysburg, didn't get him the intel that he had asked Stuart to get him until too late, and that's why he decided to do Pickett's charge. Pickett's charge, I think it's from Scott.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm not sure that was because of, let's see. I didn't hear that he like was told not to. Like it is his fault. Pickett's charge.
No, the point is, back then, your cavalry was like the way you got intel, right? Like, you needed to know where the opponents were like, you know, where they were fielding, where they were setting up, like where you thought their cavalry was going to come from, where you thought their picket, like, charging was going to come from, or whatever, right? And he asked Stewart to get him that intel, and Stewart, for some reason I forget, didn't get him it. It didn't get him in on time, so he was like basically like waiting at dawn, like, because like the intel was going to decide whether or not they should charge. And he was like waiting at dawn, didn't get the intel, and then made the wrong decision.
All the worst generals in history, I have never heard of them that he gave me. So
Sam, did I miss the debate?
yeah.
Damn it.
Saladin is overrated.
Oh, why is that?
I think he only won like one battle. And it wasn't that impressive.
Like, I think that you're wrong with this, Mark. So I think you should.
Like one major battle and maybe like a couple like small skirmishes. But it wasn't like conclusive, and he didn't actually defeat the Kingdom of Jerusalem.
Sam, are you back in the U.S. or are you still in Canada?
I'm still in Canada for the foreseeable future.
Foreseeable future? Don't you need to have a job over there in order to get a visa to stay there? I mean, how long does your tourist visa last for?
No, who should probably give even more credit is the Bolivar or whatever his name is. He like was super successful.
Are you guys talking about the best generals of all time, or?
Yeah.
Does it have? Can it be someone outside of the U.S.?
Yeah, the greatest general of all time doesn't have to be an American.
You should not be American, unfortunately.
For me, it was Admiral Yi.
You know, like Yi Sun Sin or whatever?
Yeah, the guy literally single-handedly saved Korea from a Japanese invasion.
That's also Mark's favorite. Yeah, I mean, the guy's a legend for sure.
He was more like an inventor than a sailor. Like he invented some really crazy stuff.
He's the only general or commander I would describe as a tool assistant. I wouldn't have described as a tool assistant speedrunner.
I mean, he created because you know how back then you had to get on like if you're doing naval battles, like you had to jump on board on another boat, enemy boat, and then fight them. He created like a turtle-looking like hull on the top, and it's got spikes on them. So I thought that was freaking awesome. The guy did almost like a submariner-looking naval thing, and just pretty much shot cannons out of it, which was unbelievable.
Those were special Korean units in the Age of Empires 2 expansion pack, which is why I know about them.
I'm more of a Total War guy. My favorite Total War game is Three Kingdoms. Actually, I love Three Kingdoms. I think it's probably the best. I mean, I used to be a Rome 2 guy, but then when I started playing Three Kingdoms, I was like, "Wow, this is just insanely good." And I wish they did a DLC on Korea. I wish, but they never went that far. Mark, did you play Three Kingdoms?
I only played Rome Total War, the first one back in college. All the others in the series are pretty good.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, it's sort of like the same formula over and over again. So pretty much the same game.
No, but Three Kingdoms takes it to a different level. I was quite impressed by it. I was very, very impressed. They're not making Medieval 3, by the way. They just announced. Did you hear that?
Aren't they doing Warhammer ones now?
No, Warhammer's over. The series is done. But yeah, it's been a while. But the thing is, they're now going to create Medieval 3, and we probably won't see it for another couple of years. They just brought out the trailer, just a couple of months ago. Where is Abu at, Sam?
She's doing some work.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I do like the generals that win by avoiding the fight.
I'm still annoyed by MacArthur being listed as not that great.
Really? Why? I think they make a good argument against him.
No, they did. They definitely did. But I cannot communicate today, you guys. But I am wondering what would happen if he was allowed to have been allowed to keep going. I don't know. But yeah, it was a good argument. I just refuse to believe it.
Also, interacting with the civilian leadership is part of being a good general.
Yeah.
Like, if that's what your military is based on.
It's kind of important. Well, you said that earlier, like a good general, their people, knowing your people is so important. And I could totally geek out about this, but First Fridays really helped the U.S. in World War II, just that one change of knowing your people. But anyways, that's just kind of basic.
If you're going to tell me who my best land general was, I'd say Subutai would be my best.
Okay. I don't respect MacArthur enough to say he's definitely not my best. He's not my best. But why is that guy your best?
Only because of his tactics. Like, this guy had no holds barred tactics when it came to ruthlessness. This dude, I mean, he had an army of, 5,000 horse archers against an army of 120,000 Khwarezmian forces. And the way that he actually managed to destroy them all, and I mean down to every last man, was that he would drag them, basically. So he would use it because of his speed on the field battle. They would chase him all the way for days, even sometimes for days. And he would make them chase, and they're so tired at that point. And they use a technique where they would shoot their arrows from the back. And they would twist their bodies to shoot the arrows from the back while they're running. And so their armies were dwindling as they were moving for days. And what was ingenious about it is that Subutai came up with this arrowhead that the arrows were too short for the enemy to actually get resupplied. So they can't use it on their own bows because their own bows weren't recurve bows. So they couldn't use it at all. It was too small to use. So very smart. And through that, they managed to tire the enemy and pluck them out bit by bit until there was none left. They said that it was the longest field battle of all time was with Subutai and the Khwarezmian Empire. And a field battle that lasted for 4 days straight without any supplements, without any encampment. That is incredible. For you not to have a break in between the battle, especially a field battle where people usually take breaks, this just went on for 4 days straight, and that was incredible.
Well, who would win in a fight? MacArthur the Americans under MacArthur, or the Mongols under Subutai?
MacArthur is not my favorite. I just want to say that wonder what would have happened if he was allowed to keep going.
Keep going where?
He's not my favorite.
You're talking about gunpowder this one. Once
He's
you
not,
introduce
I just
gunpowder,
clarify he's not my
gunpowder's
favorite.
for pussies. Gunpowders are for pussies, man. Like that is so like overkill.
If Subutai was so great, he'd find a way.
Yeah, you're
I think
right.
there's a solid argument for Lee being significantly overrated and bad because
Yeah.
Reconstruct really does seem straight up like his fault, and that really like lost any chance they had.
Guys, I know everyone's calling Clubhouse boring today, but this conversation's like a balm to my heart in negative 30-degree weather.
Oh, you left Wisconsin.
No, I know, right? No, I just, when I moved back to the States, I somehow found a place that was more tundra.
Oh, good choice.
Yeah, wasn't mine.
But Poe, every time I hear the word Wisconsin, I just want to say, hanging out
Down the street. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good
Like
place
about
to
the
hang out.
only show on television that panders to Wisconsin.
No. Well, we have weird shows about crazy people, but no, Wisconsin was jeez. It was a good place to grow up for sure, but I'm happy I left at the same time.
Fair.
But back to nerdy discussion, I'm sorry to Joe.
So when Hannibal was asked who his favorite general or who he thought the great generals were, one of the people he names is I think it's pronounced Pyrrhus of Epirus, something like that. It's the guy, where we come Pyrrhic victory comes from his name. So I think his name is Pyrrhus. And then I don't know. We've kind of forgotten about him.
No, that's where the word Pyrrhic victory comes
Pyrrhus,
from.
yeah.
Pyrrhic.
Yeah, but like I don't know. Hannibal thought he was really good, but I guess we don't because we call it victory named after him like a shit victory.
That's how he won. He won shittily.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of those things, it's like, like here's the hot take, like Alexander the Great wasn't really that great, like, oh, I have theory and I can, like, flank you. And it's like, okay, I mean, it's not some genius move.
Pyrrhic victories have always been a bad thing in real life because when Pyrrhic victories happened, you don't have enough of an army to, let's say if you've invaded an area, you don't have enough of an army to keep that the places that you've annexed. So that's why Pyrrhic victory in most circumstances is a bad thing, especially when you're the invader. But if you're the defendant, I guess it's not as bad because you can regroup and you can rearm, and the issue is that
a national myth out of it. And I think this is like happens in other countries too. But like in my country, like we have a national myth connected to the Battle of Kosovo, like 1389. Like that's what everyone knows that battle here in this country, and it's like it's a totally shitty battle that wasn't even that important. Like we got annihilated, and like yeah, someone managed to assassinate the Sultan, and they like withdrew for a little bit. But then as soon as they regrouped, like the Ottomans, like they just came in and like bulldozed everything because most of our army was already like slaughtered at the Battle of Kosovo. It's like, it was just lost. Like we were lost, or like a Pyrrhic victory, but like they built an entire national myth around it.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the Ottoman Empire because every time when they had a Pyrrhic victory, they had to literally cede land because they couldn't keep those lands and they knew that there was going to be a civil uprising. So.
Just today, I think, yesterday, no, it was today, did these screenshots, a topic on Reddit, someone posted like a map of Asia, and posted and painted, put arrows from China going into Siberia around Mongolia, and he titled the topic, "Why doesn't China like pull Hannibal and and take all this land where Russian troops are in Ukraine. And the first comment with most upvotes says, well, why wouldn't India pull a Hannibal and take all of Western China while Chinese troops go to Russia? Then the comment below that was well, why wouldn't Pakistan pull a Hannibal and take all of Northwest India while Indian troops are going to China? Below that, why doesn't Afghanistan pull a Hannibal and take all of North Pakistan while Pakistan is going to India? And it just keeps going. Well, why wouldn't Iran pull Hannibal and take all of Western Afghanistan while the Afghans are in Pakistan? Why wouldn't Turkey do that to Iran? Then the next is why wouldn't Greece do that to Turkey? Then why wouldn't Bulgaria do that to Greece? Then the next comment is why wouldn't Romania do that to Bulgaria? Then why wouldn't Ukraine do that to Romania? And then you reach full circle, why wouldn't Russia do that to Ukraine?
I think Putin is pretty shit general. Can't even take a fuck. He's one of the world powers. Can't even take like a fucking small little country like fucking Ukraine.
Good conversation. I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna dip out, but thank you, Sam, for hosting. Bye.
It was a kind of joke going around here in Eastern Europe. I think it's like people have used it in West too. It's like, people used to think Russia is the second strongest army in the world, and it turned out they're barely the second strongest in Ukraine.
It's not just that he can't take a much smaller, poorer country, it's that they basically can't march like a couple dozen miles outside of their own border. Also, the Wagner, whatever, however it's pronounced, that rebellion was one of the funniest things that's ever happened.
Absolutely, that was amazing. Why can't they come outside their borders more?
I mean, I don't know enough.
Their entire infrastructure system relies on rail. So they have like very little logistical ability outside of like Russia because they don't have the rail for it. Like if you look at like how they like, do the logistics of like getting soldiers to the deployment areas for the fight in Ukraine, right? It's all through rail. And that's all equipment, all soldiers, everything.
I mean, they were supposed to like have much better infrastructure, logistics, and technology and everything, because all the money that they were, at least on paper, putting into military. That's why like literally almost all analysts really did think that they were like the second, most powerful army in the world, because like their yearly budget for the military, like look at all this money go to the army, like they must be doing something with it. And it turns out like a huge chunk of it like was just like corruption and who knows where it went. And they like fielded most people with USSR like leftover equipment.
Alright, so here's some terrible generals according to Gemini. Luigi Cadorna. During World War I, he launched 11 separate assaults along the Isonzo River against entrenched Austrian positions. They all failed. He refused to change tactics, blamed his soldiers for cowardice, and brought back the Roman practice of decimation. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What a moron. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he was like directing his arm into a meat grinder and then pushing it more, and when his hand tried to pull back, he would beat his arm and push it deeper into the meat grinder. He was a very bad general.
I also remember there was mention now, you can't put gunpowder, these people with like guns against the Mongols. But I mean, the Brits like pretty well you know, like 2 centuries into the Khan era, they managed to lose a battle against the Zulus who had no guns.
Okay, here's a candidate for worst generals of all time. Whoever the Native American chieftain guy did the ghost dance thing, he was really bad.
Wait, you mean the guy that said that he was visited by Jesus? That guy?
I don't know, that might have been him.
Hey, what do you mean by ghost dance? I don't know. I don't know what you're referencing.
It's like the thing where this group of Native Americans were convinced that if they did this supernatural ritual, they'd be magically protected from bullets. And so they charged into climbing bullets.
Yeah, not the best move, yeah. Okay, here's another commander who's worst general ever. Maurice Gamelin of France. As a commander of the French forces in 1940, he refused to use radio to communicate with his generals, preferring couriers, and set up his headquarters in a chateau without a telephone. When the Germans launched their Blitzkrieg, he was effectively blind and deaf, unable to issue orders fast enough to react. What a fucking dope. I don't want to use radio. This newfangled radio? No, I don't want that.
Yeah, the French were famously.
That wasn't his fault. That wasn't his fault. They get all along the French forces, like up and down the entire line, they didn't have radios. The Char B wasn't equipped with a radio. That was a French frontline tank, right? Like they had to use like semaphore. Basically, all their units were radio equipped, right? And that wasn't uncommon for the beginning of the war.
The French were just their army, like pretty much sucked in terms of innovation.
That's just wrong.
They were like way behind all other armies in changing to bleak colors. And in World War I, they like everyone had some like khaki or green or some sort of neutral color can blend in with forestry, and they like came out with like red pants and bright blue coats, because that's how you do war. And it's like,
Another horrible general is Publius Varus. I don't know what he is famous for.
Is he the Kitover guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
he lost to the Gauls or is it Goths? Like someone from the North.
Germans.
The Germans.
Yeah, it's
And then he was like thrashed by Germanicus or something like that.
Yeah, who's like an example of a general where people are like, we gotta get rid of this guy?
Literally, I'm guessing continuing with my shitting on Alexander the Great, Darius III, he is basically to blame why Alexander conquered the Achaemenid Empire, and he was literally just at a certain point routed by one of his main generals, chained, and was like, we gotta get rid of this guy. This guy sucks. We keep losing because of him. And he put him in chains, and then almost killed him. They left him, barely alive, and went away. And the Greeks found him.
Wow. Well, let's leave the chains aside, but we gotta get rid of world.
Zelani.
Why? First, tell the story. What happened?
It just
He seems like a normal guy.
I know, most of the time, but yeah, no, he's really bad, man. But I don't know if
Do you disagree with you about your position on some minute detail of the Christian faith?
No.
My question is Christian related. Who is Miloš Obilić? Obilić?
Yeah,
Miloš Obilić.
Miloš Obilić, he's literally a legendary figure. There is no historical sources about.
But the Sultan did die, right?
No. No historical sources about him existing at all. Literally no record until a century later. Right. He gets sung in national songs as the guy who assassinated the Sultan, at the Battle of Kosovo, and he's literally one of national heroes of Serbia. There's soccer clubs named the village and he didn't exist. It's ridiculous stuff.
Well, what I'm asking is there an explanation they give as to how
No one
he
fucking
got
cares.
to the Sultan and
No
killed
one
him?
cares. Converse, what was the story?
Yeah, good point, Mil. But so like the first thing was, you know that guy that comes on here, PP? People call him Pepe?
Yeah, I know Pepe, yeah.
Yeah, me it's PP. But yeah, one day he was saying like, oh, I'm not racist, and so I just like played a clip out loud of him saying, hey, stop, you're an N-word. And he kept saying N-word, you know? And so then we're all like hyped up, was like, whoa, Congress, I can't believe you would do that kind of thing. I'm like, what? Out a racist? I was like, dude, like he took it that you're racist if you try to out a racist by playing a clip of him saying N-word, right? Alright, that was just like one thing. Dude, last night there was like one of these like Uchia, Zephyr, Dave, like, you know, blacks need to sit down and talk about our stuff, man, right? And so I was probably the only white dude in there. I just dropped by for that.
Blacks need to sit down and talk about your stuff. You all do, you know?
Yeah. So, you know, I did what I...
Wait, Congress, did you just say blacks?
Well, that's the correct terminology.
So you say
They changed
hanging in a room. Do I ever go in another room and just say a couple of whites were talking?
I do. I say, yeah, it's just like a group of whites, basically.
He says that about me talking to people all the time. What's your point?
Can you just acknowledge that people don't say a group of whites?
No, I do.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
I just started saying that stuff very recently. It's like a new development.
Okay, my bad. I tried to push a narrative.
Yeah, appreciate it. So basically, that's like world, basically, right? And so then, yeah, anyway. So there was this retarded person in the chat, and I couldn't really talk, so I was just in the chat, being a chat warrior. And this guy, I don't know, somebody said something on the stage about white people in scholarship or something, blah, blah, blah. And then I just put in the chat like a troll, like, yeah, those white devils, yeah. And World goes like, whoa, dude, I don't come in your room to do this kind of stuff. It's like, what? I don't know, it was really weird. And then that guy started like being like, oh yeah, dude, you whites are dirty, dude. You guys need to learn how to take baths and use soap. And he just kept saying that over and over again, right, to everything I said. But I just kept being like, I guess you're just a retard or something. And World, what does he say? He goes like, whoa, Congress, you're calling a black dude a retard? You're saying that you came in here and said that black people were retarded. What? Are you retarded? I don't know what this guy looks like. It's just like a general picture. PFP, I don't know what he looks like, right? It was just like insane. He just kept going on and on in the chat about how, like, you said a guy who happened to be, well, black, you said he was retarded. So you just like...
Sounds like a gentleman and a scholar to me. I'd say we keep him around more now.
Sorry, am I switched my Bluetooth? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're gonna hear you.
Sorry, did you hear what I said though?
See, Congress, I'm a centrist in that I like both PP and World. You know?
Who? Oh, PP and World?
Yeah, I like both, so.
Honestly, that sounds like a great name for a buddy cop movie.
Well, it sounds like a couple of guys who got swirlies in high school. PP and World, you know? But did you hear what I said whenever it switched, or did you miss it?
You said that you called someone retarded, and the person happened to be black, and you're like, you can't call black people retarded, and like you were like, oh, you're retarded for that.
But the way he was phrasing it was, you came in here and were calling and started saying black people were retarded. Like, what? Oh my God, Sam, we gotta get rid of this guy.
Is World the Quaker guy? I can't remember.
No.
Yes.
Wait, World's
He's a Quaker?
Yes.
He's a Quaker.
I didn't know he was a Quaker.
How do you
What
get
is
so
Sabuno?
famous to the rest of us? Is that because you care about human connection with the rest of us?
Sabu's dropping knowledge.
Fucking moron. Fuck you for like.
That actually.
Harsh.
Wait, why is he a moron?
He's racist.
He is.
He's racist?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Mark,
What, PP?
Not her own
That is
PP.
racist.
Lying, Mark.
I'm not sure I've heard of a racist
Mark, I
Quaker.
will slap you for this.
No, World's not a racist, is he?
No,
he's not.
PP.
We're talking about PP right
He
now.
might be a little bit racist against Converse. Feels like he's got a bit of mastic on there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree.
PP calls people the N-word a lot. That's moving down for calling people the N-word a lot, so I'm pretty sure he's a racist.
Well,
World is like he says he's an eco-socialist, or no, he's like he says he's like I'm an eco-queer theorist or something. He is
He's a baby activist.
yeah, he has like some sort of view like that. But
You guys are saying he's a Quaker.
He's a Quaker.
That's weird. That just doesn't kind of fit in most of what he's saying.
He must be white.
I mean, he's weird.
Pop it back.
Like he kept saying, dude.
Quakers are. You guys might be thinking of Amish. Quaker just means you're just like a chill Christian who likes to meditate in church sometimes. Like you're not.
He's a square.
That's basically what he is.
Like.
Tell that
Except he's not a Christian.
woke Sufi Islamist jihad in the background to be quiet.
Except for he's an
He
atheist.
calls a boo a woke Islam jihadist right now.
A woke Sufi jihad.
She's literally there are like conservative evangelical Quakers.
Sorry.
I mean, it's really weird. He kept saying stuff like, you know, we don't want you in here saying it. I'm like, what? I know all the guys on stage right now, and none of them are backing you. What's going on, bro? And he's like, you're trying to oppose all of the leadership here, bro. I'm like, he said he was a moderator, and I'm like, well, where's your green bean at, bro? And he's like, I don't need one. Yet every time he spoke, everybody just like was silent. Like, what did he just say? Like, it's just strange. It's a world swirly.
He's really sweet. He's just really naive.
Yeah, sometimes, but he also had like this.
He's dead to me. Converse, dead to me.
Thank you, Mel. See, God, I knew somebody would get it back. But yeah, he just had this like really weird thing about him where it's like, I don't know, just like the thing where I was like calling out PP for being a racist, and he was like mad at me for playing the clip of him saying the N-word. Like, okay.
Yeah, obviously.
Wait, Pearl got mad at you?
We're all for outing PP as a racist.
No way. Was that a rumor worded?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't David get famous on Clubhouse, or to the extent that one can't get famous? Didn't he get famous on Clubhouse?
He's black.
What? No.
Does Squirrel think Pepe's black?
Does he think who's black?
This world thinks Pepe is black, is what she just said.
No.
Hey, what did you say, Mark?
Yeah, didn't he gain prominence on here for having used to run this like race war blood sports screaming match room called Voice of White America or something?
That sounds right, but I don't know.
I mean, I would say that's probably a pretty good tell for race.
It's called White America, yeah.
I don't know if you know this, Mark, but when I first joined Clubhouse in 2020, I got mildly famous in the app because the app was only black people and people in Silicon Valley. And me and Ayla had a room that had like Brett Weinstein in the room with us. And we were just like asking black people stuff about wokeness. And black people got so mad at us that it was for multiple days, rooms about how we're terrible, racist and stuff. So it was pretty funny.
Was it Kitover?
Was it funny because of how accurate they were about you being racist?
They were so accurate.
They were so accurate.
You know they actually used to be on here.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's what he was talking about.
Oh shit! I literally zoned when one of you said that. I zoned out.
Eric Weinstein would occasionally wander into other Jewish rooms and
Got a black male.
Yeah. And just ramble forever.
White.
What is an intellectual dork weapon?
No, go away.
I'm hungry.
He said the thing.
I mean, isn't that guy like anti-vaxxer and hate analyst?
I don't know. He's gotten some weird views lately.
he's anti-vaccine. He said more people would, like 70 million people would die for the vaccine or something like that. But Biden said, yeah.
Damn.
What's with these people going crazy?
It's one of those days.
It's almost like all those anti-woke skulls were complete complete imposters when it came to being actual intellectuals.
It's like, oh, hey, I'm a liberal and progressive. Let me promote Trump, the big liberal progressive candidate. But believe me, I'm liberal and progressive. And in 2 years, I can write an article why I left the left.
Yeah. It's all because of the distributed information, the disc. Anyone know about the disc?
No.
Oh God, you guys aren't up on your Weinstein.
Sorry.
It's he has a belief. It's his acronym. I'm surprised Mark doesn't know this. It's his acronym for the belief.
No, at one point.
It's his acronym for the belief. I forget exactly what the acronym stands for. His acronym for his belief and his brother's belief that the mainstream academia is censoring people with new ideas in favor of propping the decrepit I don't know. Getting back to work.
ChatGPT here is not giving me as crazy of a what he says about vaccines doesn't sound as crazy as you guys are making them sound. So it's just this is what ChatGPT says that he's downplayed their effectiveness and argued their risk-benefit trade-off is worse than advertised in some groups. He claimed the spike protein produced vaccines is cytotoxic, but he's not against vaccines in general. He just thinks specifically that mRNA technology is dangerous or something like that. And
I think he's an HIV/AIDS denialist now.
I mean, that kind of level of oh, let's be nuanced and charitable. It's okay, ask GPT, what does Stalin say about his economic view? I'm pretty sure ChatGPT is gonna give you a very charitable, nuanced, explanation. That's not gonna be just saying yeah, he was batshit crazy and had crazy ideas about how economy should be run and cause millions of deaths.
I asked the craziest thing that Brent said about vaccines. 17 million deaths globally from COVID vaccines. Ugh, buddy. Okay, never mind.
Well, it is kind of wild, though, that Sam Rosen is just, by most definitions, a racist white man. And he's having sex with an Indian woman.
Oh. Do you want to ask Sabu why she has a racist, Zionist, Islamophobe as living with her?
I mean, I already have the answer. I don't.
But I want to know why.
Zabu, can I borrow you for a second? Ray, did you hear that?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I have Zabu.
She kind of undersold that. Across the room. Zabu, come on, put a little bit more effort.
Right, it's kind of autonomous.
She's about to go on a nice healthy walk. Not a good clubhouse, guys.
I just kind of imagine the sort of sex talk they have. It's be careful, Israel's going to invade now.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
That was the craziest British laugh I've ever heard.
Wait, so has Sam gotten a little bit of clout in these communities for taking a woman off this app and bringing her to his domestic sphere?
100%.
Wow. Yeah, because
Has he really though?
Yeah.
No fucking way.
100%.
That's bullshit.
Earlier when I was literally talking, and he interrupted me and said Mark, please finish. And I was like, you know what? Had he not bedded Zabu, I would have gone, not way that sounds bad. Something or something. Sabu can't hear me.
She can. In fact, she can and does hear everything.
Yeah, the eye of Sabu sees all.
Wait, so where are you guys living?
I'm in Winnipeg, Canada right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
In her apartment?
Yeah, she's got a nice apartment.
Cool. Do you pay
nice
rent?
mine.
What is it with you people? Why is everyone else like this?
Yeah, Ray, you sound a little jealous there.
He is not paying.
Ray's
Just
like,
paying
I'm
the
gonna have you, right?
He's an illegally occupied.
Yeah.
Ray's here's what's going on with Ray's head. Ray's like better looking than me and richer than me, but he's got less riz than me. So he's just like, and he doesn't understand what's going on. Like why? I'm better looking than richer. Why can't I get the ladies? Oh my god! It's like.
Yeah, I think I mean, Sam's I think I am. Sam's
At this point, why didn't you go full face reveal? Come on, gang.
Because you guys are some of the worst people on the planet.
Why don't you include me in that?
Not you. Timothy, I trust you. Timothy, if you're ever in New York, we can like kiss sometime. I'm down.
Jesus Christ!
I mean, I prefer to like take you to a training session, but whatever, we could do that.
At least have dinner. At least have dinner.
You run out of getting there, buddy.
Wow, that's like.
The tender breath from you, Timothy.
Yo, this morning, fucking, I don't know what time it would have been for them, maybe in the middle of the night. Shy was fucking roasting Samoa, because like, I guess Samoa accidentally revealed that he was 400 pounds at one point in his life. Right.
And they went for so long. Is it actually like incredible the tenacity of those people?
Yo, did you see what her and the other guy was saying to each other?
Yeah.
Bro, they are violent.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like the fucking level of which these people just never cease. It is really like, it's actually like amazing.
But she was roasting
horrible,
him,
but also amazing.
She was roasting him for being like a deadbeat dad. He was roasting her for being a widow. Like he was talking about digging up her. But then she brought up that he was like saying that some kids should be raped. And then he was agreeing to the fact he was like justifying that he said kids should be raped. Dog.
Yeah,
dog.
They took the vaccine up.
Yeah, that shit was violent, bro. But no, Samoa, like, so Samoa tried to say that because he's like a powerlifter back in the day, and he was like, when he was 400 pounds, he was like 20%, 25% body fat. I was like, I don't know if that was true.
I can't believe that for a second.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Would that be impressive? 425? Is that impressive?
No, he's saying he's 400 pounds in body weight and 25% body fat. That doesn't seem realistic.
Is that hard?
At 400 fucking pounds, Rick.
I'm 25% body fat, and I'm fucking 230 pounds.
I see. Yeah, I mean, I've been in the 140s, 150s my entire life, so I have no conception of what it means to get.
Dude,
400
they would make him a gorilla, like an actual gorilla.
That's pretty sick. No, but dude, gorillas have to be like 15% or something. Right?
The gorillas not like gorillas. Like, I don't know if the leather fucking midsection is like actual, like, is it fat there? Like, I don't know what's going on there.
Ray's like,
either way, like, it's still like the kind of level we're talking here is like an insane level of muscle mass.
That's pretty cool. I don't know, dude. I see these power lifters in the gym. They move impressive weight, but like, I don't understand the point of just looking like a fat dad. Like, you're strong, but I don't know. Maybe, I guess women do kind of like the bare body a little bit.
It probably isn't as bad as like a 400-pound dude who's not a powerlifter.
I mean, of course.
But like, I don't know. Like, it's probably true that he's a bit fat, and then it's like probably true, but he still should be impressed that he lost all the weight. You know, I don't know. But she was just savage. She was just like.
Well, if you go down from 400 pounds, you never really like lose the weight because you become like a skin. Yeah, they're just like. Oh,
that's what she was saying.
That's actually one of the.
And he was like, no, I was only 25 because but it's what determines the loose skin really is the bulk. It's not really just the body fat, but if you keep the muscle, it's not good. You know what I mean? Like as in, if you see one of the reasons I never want to be a bodybuilder is when you get to 60, you look fucked. Like you could be all shredded in your 40s, 50s, and all that, but when it gets to the 60s where you literally just can't retain that much muscle, then your skin will definitely sag, and it'll sag in the weirdest ways, in the places, right? Because you have muscle everywhere. So your fucking rear delts will have loose skin.
Yeah, wait till Mike gets a hold of him, right? Mike's gonna be like, bro, you disgust me.
Yeah.
All of this fat and skin. You're like, what?
No, Mike is fucking hilarious with that shit. How can he be on a campaign? He literally, he thinks fat people are immoral. They're evil people. They're fucking Nephilim.
Can't trust him.
Yeah, the sickest crossover episode I've ever seen, Sam, fucking Lion versus Rob.
Rob Speakers?
Oh, yeah. Today, dude, a lot of weird shit happened to me today.
That's amazing.
And he was he almost insulted Rob. I don't know why. I was it even shocked me. I was forgetting it's fucking Lion. But then it wasn't a real insult. It was I can't remember what it was, but it sounded like he was you monkey, you fucking monkey, you fucking bitch, some shit like that. But then he said something yeah, atheist or something. He said something that it was kind of innocuous, relatively speaking. And it was funny because it sounded, it was just weird hearing him back and forth with Rob.
Yeah, Timothy, did you see that World was talking about his name in the chat? You have a room where you're in. What?
Oh, in that black room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got kicked out of that room by that.
Did you really?
Sam's fucking cousin.
Uchia. Who?
Shay or whatever the fuck his name is.
Oh yeah.
AI.
Yeah, you don't like him, right?
Yeah, I didn't say anything that crazy. I just asked him. He said something maybe black people should think about doing this instead of doing it. And then I was like, why are you always critical? You're black. You're critical of black people. You're Jewish. You never criticize Jewish people. And then he kicked me out of the room.
I don't know. I kind of like him a little bit sometimes, but I know you were every time you say something to me, you're like, shut up, you idiot.
I said something today because he kicked me out of a room. So it's okay, you can't. Now you want to respectfully chime in on conversations I'm having, but you kicked me out. I was being super reasonable. I wasn't even being unreasonable. I just asked him a question and he kicked me out of the room.
Yeah.
My
I
theory,
thought you guys had a history of that.
my theory for why he's more critical of black people than Jewish people is that the black community has more dysfunction in it, and it's full of crime and drug use and behaviors that are hopeless and cynical and nihilistic, and they're hurting themselves. Whereas the Jews are successful in society and rich, and doing well. And it's you want to criticize the people that are doing bad to do better, not the people that are doing good. You know what I mean? That's my theory. That's my theory.
Can I be narcissistic for a moment? Yeah, just genuinely. Yeah. What do you? No, I'm actually interested. The people I criticize, the people I take issue with, and for the reasons I state. What do you think I'm clearly wrong about? It's Timothy. You can't. He's wrong about this person, or this person being bad. It's not that person's not bad, or what do you think I'm clearly wrong about?
Let's see. Israel. You didn't what's his name, Andre the Swiss at first, and I told you were wrong about that, and you told me.
I never really said he's a bad person. I just felt he wronged me, and I'm not he never commented on who was the person. I was just bro, he did X the moment he started it. I'm gonna finish it. I never said he was a shit. Because the reason I asked that is because that critique is a legit critique of that shy guy, and before I ever criticized him, I just asked him about his identity, and he got pissy with me, and then I kind of just realized you're a bit of a weird, you're a bit of a weirdo, and then this is a perfect way. Kind of all the pieces fell in. I was like, yeah, it's you're black, you're in this pro-black group, you're using the N-word you're one of the guys, and you're criticizing black people, and it's oh, but I'm black though. Okay, but you're also Jewish point where like some people will say, you know, sell out, blah blah. I'm not saying it, but just you know what Buttercup said, where it's like, oh, you just drink, you know, like reverts. You take Islam where they're like defending ISIS and shit, because it's like Islam, you know, it's like we're gonna defend everything about Islam. ISIS, oh, not bad, you know. It's like you're just like one of those people. Like I'm right about him. He is like an insane, like lunatic zealot kind of type of character. He's not a reasonable person. Like, obviously, it's like, you know.
Yeah.
I was right to criticize him.
But look, I don't think that world should be allowed to speak again unless you're being dumped in a bucket of water simultaneously. Right. Oh, we already went over this. It's like the same, like, he does this weird thing where, like, he's not understanding, you know, what's going on. And so, like, you know, the first example is, like, when I was outing PP as a racist, and I played a clip of him saying the N-word. Everybody's like, whoa, he said that? And then the world goes like, whoa, Converse, you played that, bro? I wouldn't think you're the type of person that would do that. Like, what? And then last night in that room, right? Some retard in the chat, like, was talking trash to me. Like, oh, white people, you guys need to learn how to use soap. You guys got diseases, blah, blah, right? I was like, you're just a retard, bro. You know, I just kept, like, agging him on a little bit. And the world turned into, like, Congress, why'd you come in this room, titled black, whatever, and do this? I don't think so, you're in this room. It's really weird, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what? It's like, it's just really weird. And then I called the guy a retard. And you know what he said? His response in the chat was like, you come in here and you say you call black people retarded. And it's like, there's no indication in this guy's profile that he's black, first of all. Yeah, it was just like, oh my god, that guy's turned insane.
I was like, read the lot of claims, but one thing is egging them on, not tagging them on. And I should have noted that.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's good.
Fucking idiot.
But also,
but like, yeah, I know, like, you know, those people, like, Congress, you played a clip of saying the N-word, of someone saying the N-word to, like, fucking incriminate them, and you also disagree with a black person? Like, that's it. That's it.
No, but I think playing the clip of the N-word is never, is fine. It's fine. You should never be criticized.
I was trying to point out that, like, agging is the N-word backwards.
Listen, if you don't say it yourself and you just play, you are fucking off scot free. I completely converse that we are in complete alignment on that one.
Not to incriminate, you know, fucking speak vicariously through it.
This is a bad incentive structure. Because then whenever you want to drop the N-word, you can just play a clip of someone else saying that one specific thing.
Well, really, who would think of a fucking diabolical that would be so crafty as to think that way of attacking
The crappiest. Yeah, I think we need to hold some kind of trial, the world trial. Yeah.
I like him though, like on the whole, I think he's cool.
Yeah, like,
I know what you mean. Like,
yeah, like you know, just like typically he's fine. You know, but he's just usually like, bro, like these guys don't even know what's going on in here, man. It's like crazy. That's like, why does he have like a SoCal like behind him?
He does that to me too though. Like I was trying to attack this racist lady. Ironically, Sam was too. But I don't know if Sam was there at that point. And like he was like defending her on some. I hate when people do this. I'm like, no, bro. The right thing to do is to hear them out, let them hang themselves. Like, no, bro. Please, help me do it.
Yeah. It's really bad.
But like, I don't.
Damn, he needs a Swift talking to or something.
So this is that's how I don't like how he does it. I like the tone is all wrong. It's got the wrong tone.
That's pretty good.
I thought he was a GA.
That was funny.
Wait,
Yeah.
Timothy, does this not bother you?
Yeah, it's fun. Like,
No, guys, I played as if I didn't say the word. You guys don't know. As Congress has already demonstrated,
that's the problem with
that is not
autistic kids like that goes to happen. Like, once they find out, like, some little fucking legal loophole, like, they have to explain at least once.
True.
It's like, and I thought they
It just means like they want to practice racism, right? Like they're making that really obvious.
I just want to point out that it's not autism that makes them do that. It's their abject racism.
Yeah. It's also a little bit of autism.
I said the N-word twice.
You said it
That's not true.
You said it to someone. Then you repeated it to me.
Right. No, I said it to Lion accidentally. That's repeating what he said, and then I repeated what I said to Lion to you.
I just want to point out, Sam, because you like to. I was just saying, Sam, I'm just going to point out, just in case you're missing the distinction. You know, if you're playing the N-word, a guy saying the N-word to out him as a racist, and he's saying, like, I'm not really a racist, that's different from just randomly playing the N-word, yeah.
No, we agreed that playing the clips is fine if you can't say it. So I don't know why you're trying to add new rules and regulations on it. Congress right now. I had come to your defense that playing the clip is fine. But I feel like we should be on the same page that playing clips is fine.
He's like, well, technically, according to, like, parsimony, leaving off the stipulations.
Wait, Sam, what do you want to practice racism?
Well, I perfected it. I don't need to practice anymore.
Practice?
To practice something can mean two things, right? It can mean to
Not a gay.
Yeah, Sam, you had a pretty good impression of,
Talk about crack.
Wait, why are we letting him die?
a man off wrong here.
He literally like
He literally fucking. I'll stab you in the face from the side right now. Oh, is that so? Hey, let me ask you something. This young mother so. Boom, get it so that.
He lost his mind.
Wait, so what?
And I thought it was like a flip from us. It was like guy at a VC, and like he shows his like penis to some fucking chick in a cell, and she says your favorite word to him. Oh, he's like, oh no, I could never. You're an N-word. And he's like, fuck my dick now, bitch.
Like, why did you have me keep it?
I feel like my favorite
Oz was a good show.
Also, like that's just a scene that I just feel like you would have appreciated more than most Oz fans. Do you know the scene I'm talking about?
I don't know the scene you're talking about. It's been many years since I've seen Oz.
Like basically, like he's a
La traición que más le duele a una mujer no es
cleaner or like a whatever weed cleaner, and she's in her cell, and she's like she's been gifted a birthday cake with a candle, and like by this guy called Simon, and she thinks Simon's a white guy. He's like a pet pal, something admirer, and then he's like, "Happy birthday, baby." She's like, "Wait, you're Lynn?" He's like, "Yeah," and then he drops trowel. Puts it between the bars, and then she's like, "Oh, I can never. You're an N-word." And he's just devastated, like he just stood there crestfallen, and then like the guards stuck him. He's like, "Suck my dick now, suck it now, bitch." Fucking retarded scene. I don't know.
Wait, can we get back to Sam having some character flaws real quick?
My favorite scene in Oz is when the guy shits on Schillinger. So there's this racist guy who's like he's just a Nazi, and then eventually this like little dweeb guy gets revenge and just shits on his face. I'm like, yeah, nice, good work.
On the Nazi.
Yeah, he's just on the Nazi.
I feel like you're the kind of person that's like capable of siding with a Nazi over a Black Hebrew Israelite. I just get that vibe.
Well, okay, so it's vicious anti-Semite versus vicious anti-Semite. I go, lovely.
Yeah, sorry, let me do
Lovely,
vicious anti-Semite versus Black
Wait, what's wrong with anti-Semitism? Oh, well, it's just, not very nice. Oh, it's not nice. Yeah. Right, okay. It's not nice because...
No.
I don't know how to answer that question. It's not nice because people don't, why would you be mean to someone just because of their, Right.
But it's not nice because it's hostile, and it's not good because it's not justified. Boom.
Right, you remind me of a gargoyle.
Like a gargoyle?
Yeah, but emphasize on the word goy there. And mainly because you just like stand by and then like posture. Yeah.
No, I think I'm pretty consistent, to be honest. I don't think I'm posh. I come on stage, I try to argue my physicalism. I'm generally like a progressive in terms of like social views, financial views, fiscal views, etc. I think
Yeah, but why do we care about those views if everything's just fucking proton?
Pro what?
Protons.
Quarks. I mean, for a community that studies so much philosophy, I don't know if you guys think that just fun to say. Yeah, it's a real complaint, like a real critique of my view.
I don't care about quarks. Quark.
No, but you just said some shit that, in the context of the discussion, was hilarious. So no one's gonna forget that shit, my boy. This is real shit.
Yeah, but I think people think it's like a genuine criticism to say oh, you think this is all grounded in, or you assume that this is not even a thing. You assume this is all grounded in the material. So every word that comes out of your mouth is meaningless. I think people think you can actually have a sequitur like that.
So the quark, there's up, down, top quark, and then there's bottom quark.
Because extreme
Charm, strange.
There's an omni-quark, there's multi-directional.
There's raised average thoughts are just spin up or spin down. And that just adds something.
That was the guy that tells you about one.
You have also you're 15% legs if you think about it.
Oh, I fucked up. So it's up, down, charm, strange, top, bottom. Okay.
Have you thought about paying attention to legs?
Dude, Congress, believe it or not, I'm going to the vitamin shop right now to get some caffeine to go get to work out legs.
What's the most you've ever squatted in your life? What's the most impressive?
Like barbell?
Yeah.
45 and 35 on each. 70 plus 90.
Also, like 90 kilos. Like 90 kilos. For what though?
205 for one. Dude, at 135.
Yeah, I suppose that's a good point. That is a fair point. You look like someone that could pull a muscle quickly though if you tried. You're rich, why didn't you just get a fucking jacked personal trainer?
Honestly, I've asked myself that.
So Maria, I'm looking at your picture, and why are you standing next to a matchbox or something?
Matchbox 20.
It was a joke. It was a short joke.
Let's do. Oh wait, but Ray.
I got you, know.
Oh wait, Ray. What is that stance though? Is your upper body growing out of the top of your ass or something?
Ray, nose. Bro, what kind of style? This motherfucker wearing bootcut jeans and fucking what shoes?
Are those my skateboard jeans from middle school in the night?
And now, the American people at least have assurance that there was at least, you know, it's sort of like domestically, if I'm a narcotics officer and I want to raid a drug den, I can get a warrant. And if I write the warrant up and I make my case to the judge is going to be reasonable and sign the warrant. And does that delay you kicking in the door by an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
Every night, dreaming.
Yes. But there's a reason that we have these guardrails, these safeguards in place. In this case, the guardrails were totally ignored, to my understanding, unless there's something to this that I haven't seen. Yes, Howard?
Yeah, no, Gary, I was just going to answer it, especially to your example, when you have alignment and you have leadership positions in Congress, both the House of Representatives and Senate, on both sides of the aisle, basically saying that same thing due to national interest, but at least you have alignment, at least you can have confidence, versus kind of like this rogue action that has right now no oversight at all.
Say something too? Just one thing. We also have to understand what he's doing with the boats. When he shoots, when he blows up boats, that is not a war crime. The one that we saw the first strike, but we didn't see the second strike because they're not going to let us see it. If that is not a war crime, or that is not retaliation, then that's just murder. We are murdering people. We are having our Navy murder people without explaining to Congress who they are, what's on those boats, not giving them any information or getting any authorization. So we're just using our Navy and saying, go kill those people. Thank you.
If I was a member of Congress, I would be very frustrated at this point in my career, I think. Thank you, Meryl.
Thanks, Gary. Hey,
Hey guys, Mark Rice for Congress. You know, they say
even if people were deemed to be narco traffickers and all that, you have disabled the boat. There is no need to go ahead and kill them. Scoop them up.
You have an obligation under the law. It goes even beyond that. You have an obligation under the law to treat enemy combatants, which these folks probably are not really enemy combatants even, but okay, let's say that they are, as if they were members of your own crew. You have to rescue them.
Absolutely, but we were given an explanation that, you know, this is war and the fog of war and all that, but everything gets kind of, you know, scooped under the carpet and moved on. To answer your question, yes, the drone attack went too far. This is a conflict that I don't understand the reason for it. I mean, at this point, with I don't know how many boats have been blown up, and I don't know how many of our there is a decent amount of military equipment and all that that's being mobilized to the region. We still don't know. We still don't have the receipts that it's actually called for. I mean, show me that the drugs that are flooding the U.S. are being originated or funded or whatever from one country in that region. It's funny, he picked one country and that's who we're going to pick on, knowing that a whole border is filled with freaking tunnels that people, leave Tijuana and they actually drive, like they have rails inside the tunnels and they pop up.
Okay, ready? Set, go.
Because that's, I don't know, I guess it's too hard to fix, no idea. But I don't know what's the reason for all the talk that Alvin are, quote unquote, solving the problem by doing this with the Venezuelans. Like you said, it would be nice if more people were involved to make this decision, to make
sure that our three branches of power are working and that that the executive doesn't get unfeathered kind of thing that he can do whatever he wants, to not make it look like we are, acting in a third world country with an authoritarian kind of head of the state, which at this point we are. I would like at this point for the American people to actually ask for proof. Like we heard all the stories, and you said you're tackling the drug problem. How is that going to happen? How are these attacks on boats? A lot of them. I mean, it's the sad part. The country is people live on $1 a day. Fishing has been decimated in that region because fishermen cannot go out where they can fish, big quantities of fish that they can feed their families because they're afraid they are going to get blown up. This whole thing was, was just, like the saying, believe me, bro, there were drugs in there because they did the operations without informing anyone of what they saw or proof that whatever they see in is actually drugs being sent to the U.S. They blown up the evidence, so afterward there's nothing to see. So, well, believe us, we took care of it. It's gone, and we're supposed to believe that a country this size of the United States, 300 and some million people, with all the drugs that we have in this, and it's a massive amount of drugs, that 90 or so cigarette boats with a few drug smugglers, even if we believe that they were really drug smugglers. That was the base of how we got flooded with drugs in the U.S. I'll give you a little story, and it won't be long. We have a drug problem in the U.S., and we tend to forget that we, Americans, don't have responsibility in making this problem a big problem. I mean, they don't come and knock at your door and throw coke or heroin in your face and tell you you have to use it. People actually go and willingly buy it because we have a pandemic. I live in Florida, as you know, and the longest time we're known as the pill mill capital of the state of the U.S., capital of the U.S. or whatever. And from my professional experience, this is what did happen in, I think it was 2014, 2015. I was a chief credit officer at a bank, and we had this deal that came through our committee to finance this guy that is about in his late 20s. I'm not going to give any names or anything, but, his background, he was a pharmacist. He wanted to build, this massive subdivision thing. He had a lot of money, a lot of cash, whatever. So he wanted bank financing. So we basically dig into people's, that's like how you make your money. And the guy said, yeah, I made my money being a pharmacist. Like, well, I need to see the progression if you work, So it was like a 3-year, he just got out of pharmacy school, whatever that school is. His first year, he made 80 grand. Like, okay. And then he moved he was working at Target Pharmacy. So that's pretty normal for a first-year pharmacist, in Florida. His second year, his income went up to $5 million. So I picked up the phone and asked the banker, like, hey, from 80 grand to $5 million, did he invent medicine? I know he's in pharmacy. Is he a chief executive officer of a pharma company? Because now we're talking real money. Like, where is this money coming from? No, he opened up his own little shop. Okay, is it a big pharmacy chain that just ballooned? No, it's a little shop in a place called Port Charlotte. It's like one of the smallest cities in Florida in the Gulf Coast, and it was infested with these type of like 900 square feet boxes of pharmacies that with a little banner on top that says pharmacy in red, and inside all day long, drug deals are happening because they were selling opioids, and that made a lot of crooked doctors a lot of money, and it made pharmacists a lot of money. He did that shtick for about 2 years, and then he decided he doesn't want to be a pharmacist anymore. But that's how they do, because you want to make your money, the dirty way, and then before the IRS or the FBI or whatever kind of zooms in on you, you already made your $10 million, and then you're free to go do real estate project, whatever. But that just to show you that the drug problem in the U.S. is way more complicated than blowing up cigarette boats in the Gulf of Mexico or the Atlantic Ocean. Everybody knows we're not coming to the U.S. Those are usually the drug traffic from Venezuela and all that goes to the islands near there, and then gets loaded into massive merchandise ships that head to Europe. That was, like 99% of the stuff that Venezuela is involved with is destined to Europe. So the only connection would be if that money is fueling more drug problem, but the connection to that to the U.S. There is a missing link. So my idea about this is a deflection of what is actually going on in the country. When we talk today, when you turn the TV today, you hear, well, it was a drone attack in Venezuela. Well, nobody's talking about the low approval rating that this guy is getting. The lowest that
Gallup poll today, 36%.
Exactly, embarrassing. Nobody's talking about how he keeps saying that there is no affordability problem. It's a hoax, but people are really struggling. Nobody's really taking their cameras and showing people switching grocery stores, going from Kroger to the dollar store, because that's actually what they can afford now. It was if you follow the markets and all that, Walmart this year had an all-time high in the stock market. People that never shopped at Walmart became shoppers at Walmart, and this is the middle class and upper middle class, because people are feeling poor, are feeling pinched. But the more you throw these things like that, and we're taking care of this big problem, it's going to be big, it's going to be huge, and whatever, and we're going to take care of it. We're not talking about the other stuff that's really hurting Americans, because I guarantee you, whatever is going on now with Venezuela, it's not going to solve the drug problem that we have in the U.S. Thanks, kid.
Thank you, Maestro. We are now going into extra time. So that means we will not be inviting anybody up onto the stage, but everybody on the stage who's in queue will have an opportunity to speak. We'll go to Jim, followed by David Katz.
Hey Gary, how you doing?
I am terrific, thank you.
First off, I wanted to ask you, because I wanted you to tap the screen and read it. Remind me of your question.
Remind you of the question. The specific question, but I'm allowing branches off of the actual question, just so you know. The specific question was, is the Venezuelan drone attack a step too far?
First, I'll just say yes, and I think it's been expounded upon. I also want to say specifically to Chris that honestly, he speaks very scholarly, and if he ever taught a class, I would go. And I have a graduate degree, so if he ever does any online education, I want to go, because he explains things really, really well. And to my neighbor here in Florida, I don't know if you knew, but Kroger is now pulling out of Florida because they tried to do a business here like they did in other states where you could actually shop there. For years, several years, I don't know how many years, you used to be able to do like online, get 24, 48-hour delivery from Kroger, and trucks are everywhere. People told me, and I of course got the app and all that. And I did it a couple times, and I even did Kroger through Instacart, which I thought was interesting because they have their own app, but they went through Instacart too. But we were just notified within the last month or two that Kroger Foods, they had in Western Central Florida something like a someone might correct me, but $7 or $10 million investment and tax breaks from the community. I mean, now the community wants their money back for what investment they gave too. And so Kroger's in trouble with that. But Kroger is pulling out because they can't make it work because of the cost of everything. You know, we've talked in this room about Publix, and I was in Publix 2 nights ago, and a friend told me that coffee was $20
Right. So,
a bag.
so how does that relate to the whole issue of Venezuela?
Colombian coffee.
Well, that's Colombia, yeah.
Besides Brazil, Colombia is one of our major things. I mean, I really think the last thing I'm just going to say is like people are saying, if you listen to Donald Trump, he is so, you know, I'm trying not to say dumb, but I'm going to say dumb anyway, that he will tell you and always has told you what he's doing, thinking, where his things come from. You just have to, like they were saying, be patient with it. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess I like the explanation about about like the dog. I mean, my guide dog school only graduates 50% of what they breed, and I happen to have one of them. And, you know, obviously she's pretty bright. But when she comes up to me and bumps me and the tail's going, I know that it's either food time or she has to go out. So I'll land there. Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah, exactly. You take cues from the dog, even though you can't take visual cues. It's very interesting. Yeah.
I was just gonna say it is accurate. Kroger is closing 3 fulfillment centers in Florida, but they are also closing one up in Wisconsin and one in Maryland. It's part of a change in strategy where they're looking to fulfill orders less out of distribution centers and more out of stores. So yes, Kroger does not have a significant presence in Florida. It is the second largest grocery chain in the U.S., only behind Walmart. But that's it. So it wasn't necessarily a Florida decision. It was a change in corporate strategy for Kroger.
One last thought, Gary, real quick.
Yes.
I was just going to say that you're talking about step too far. I honestly think we need to be putting more pressure on our legislators. I mean, they're the ones that are giving up and being impotent. So, I mean, I really hope that over the next year that it is a step too far, but it's not only a step too far on Donnie's part, but it's a step too far on our legislators' part, and I think it's their fault for giving it all up. And I'm done. Thanks.
Well, you're carrying in his absence Marshall's mantra that we, the people, have a responsibility to pressure our representatives in Congress to hold the administration accountable. And if they don't hear from us,
Hold the
then they
administration
feel that they
accountable.
are
Bitch ass motherfucker. Congress isn't
potentially for
responsible.
living up to those responsibilities because there's no potential loss to them. But if there is a groundswell of a demand from constituents that are members of Congress hold the administration to the standard that they are responsible to hold the administration to, then they will fear, especially in the House of Representatives, when they have to get elected every 2 years, the wrath of the voters if they do not acquiesce to the demands of their constituents. So I think that that's an excellent point that you brought up, Jim. We'll go to David Katz, followed by Tom.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. It is an issue of transparency to a large degree, as many have said. Also parking right now, but there's a method to their madness. There's a method to their madness because I was reading the Trump has lost a little bit of his immigration fight in the courts. And there was a quote from Stephen Miller, the architect of a lot of this, that we need a war because we can use an 18th century law to deport more people. And frankly, I think this is where they're going. So many have said things, Meryl, killing people in the ocean that are harmless to us, or non-combatants by the time they're off the boat. I don't see any results from what's coming off these boats. It's not publicized that I can see. And
Pussy.
I just resent that all of this is being done. My government is doing this in my name. So they're looking for a war.
The government is doing all of this in David's name.
As far as I'm concerned.
David can't see any direct
I
results.
said a long time ago, and if they're looking for a war, presumably even though the military is far more technology oriented than it was in the World War II and Korean War and Vietnam War eras, you still need to fight wars personnel. And so I always felt that
what have you felt, Gary?
Somebody to the citizenship if they serve their time in the military. What a great way of them showing
put the civilians to work. Put them in the military.
Their lives potentially on the line in order to become citizens of the United States. To me, that's a win-win situation. Not to this
administration. It seems like there was a program like that at one time, maybe a way of preventing from being deported. Sorry for the background noise. That if you went in the military, we'll fix your other problems.
Well, in actual fact, and anybody who is a supporter of our military, as most of us are, no matter whether we're...
Oh, yeah. Fund the Navy. Give the Navy another $200 billion this year. For what, sir? Doesn't matter. Give them the money. Damn you.
We should be appalled that there are folks who actually did serve, not just in the military, but in combat zones, who are today being deported.
Really? Really, soldier? Back to Mexico! Boy!
One myopic way of approaching it. Another potentially myopic way of approaching it is, for God's sake, these are people who put their lives on the line.
These are people that have put their lives on the line.
Flag on their shoulder pad.
Let's see some evidence, fucker.
How can you deport somebody who
How can you do it?
War veteran of the United States?
How can you do it? Oh!
Maybe so, but I'll take my myopic view over the other.
Well, not only that, when we left Afghanistan, there were so many civilians who helped us, who were left
Helped us fight them to the death. And then there's justice.
Get them out of there.
Then killed by ISIS, not the Taliban. Gotta clarify that, David. These people are fucking living their own little made-up fake bubble of nothing. So lame.
Was an Afghan refugee who was brought in under a program to
oh, he murdered an American soldier!
Military in Afghanistan.
Female!
Get out.
Ruined another man's life. And David, we love you. Abandoned a lot of people over there.
They didn't properly vet these people. And look what
They're not so fast, Gary. There was a lot of good vetting going on.
Man, were the Afghans. I'm sure the Afghans in the United States right now are breathing a slight sigh of relief that the boogeyman are Somalians all of a sudden. We had to hate the Afghan refugees. Now we need to hate the Somalian refugees, because the Afghan refugees are going to go and kill our military, and the Somalian refugees now are going to commit fraud on a mass scale. So now we're supposed to be afraid of the Somalians. But I will point out that at the time of that disquieting withdrawal from Afghanistan, one Donald J. Trump criticized
He was a peace officer.
the then President Biden for leaving folks like that guy behind. You're not getting enough of those Afghan.
That guy behind, you came over here and killed 2 Americans, you fucking motherfucker!
He criticized the president for that. And then he took a completely different stance after what happened in Washington, D.C. Now, that's not opinion. Once again,
that's fact.
That is fact.
That is fact! Not opinion!
We will now go to Tiger.
It's fact! It's not opinion! Gary's facts.
Yes, Gary. Well, I think people spend too much time thinking about the motives, what Donald means. All of that doesn't matter. No amount of wishful thinking matters. No amount of propaganda matters. What matters is what will happen. Does the United States have what it takes to topple the Venezuelan government? Or for that matter, whether Israelis can cause the downfall of the Iranian government? People can talk about it. Propagandists could, disseminate whatever propaganda they want to disseminate, but that's not going to matter. And the answer is no. I don't think it would just happen that easily. And I don't think the United States right now has what it takes to do all those things, especially not at once. And to see Americans pretend that they're still playing God with the globe is frankly sad in this moment. It used to be, anger-inducing. Right now, it's just pathetic.
Yeah. Of course, that's not the topic, but you manage to once again use the topic to put down the United States of America. However, I will give him credit, Howard. He came close. He did not actually attack Israel. He made an assessment on Israel.
He made an assessment.
Gary, you didn't give him time. You didn't give him time.
He's not a...
Thanks, Scott. Can you repeat yourself a 4th time?
A fair participant. Sometimes he is.
Listen, Gary, you're saying he didn't attack Israel. That was his, to use your words, opening salvo, right? It was coming in the body of the argument.
Yeah, probably so. Because we know that Israel is the root of all evil from the perspective of the Chinese Communist Party.
Really?
Stick around at the end. I have an end of the year message, a very heartfelt one. To
If the text doesn't say.
or Deanna.
No, choose the joy. I like watching videos of White Mitch.
And then William, and then my little very, very short commentary to you guys. David.
Gary, happy New Year.
Happy Kwanzaa.
I lots to say here with regard to this incursion. Just to address Scott's comment about Hillary, what she said in the Obama campaign that supposedly killed her. She also words of hers were used in her ability to take the 2016 presidential campaign when she used the word super predator to describe crime amongst our youth.
Oh boy, was that another one of her many rhetorical mistakes.
Yes, and Trump used that to his advantage as well as Bernie Sanders. So yes, politicians and their positions have import and consequences. And I think for the most part, Gary, I think giving Congress a pass, giving his congressional supporters a pass with regard to voting on these activities is obviously a way to shield them from much more bloody midterm fiasco next year for them if the subsidies for the insurance don't go forward. But Trump is invoking a lot of arcane doctrine to back his positions. Congress has not voted to do this. Neither did Congress vote to install or enshrine the Monroe Doctrine. That was a speech given by James Madison in 1823, and it was adopted whole cloth without there being any laws behind it, or teeth, or treaties. So, and then of course we see how he invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1778. I mean, these are old policies, but what that did for him is it gave him some sort of credit with regard to the way he rounded up the Latino populations and others, not just the Latino, and the optics of that and the way that a lot of these innocent people have been manhandled, thereby setting the stage for the optics of what it looks like when he blows up boats coming off Venezuela of the very people who look like the people he's manhandling and sending into ice cages and ice detention centers. So it's dangerous to be a minority in this country if you're on the wrong side of a president that would like to use your status for political advantage. And of course, the Somali people, many of the innocent Somalians that are not involved in this scandal will also...
The innocent Somalians!
...reach there. But no, this has a lot to do with oil, Gary. As Trump has stated,
back to the oil.
Our good friend Chris articulated that he basically told us what it was about. The import is much more vastly important than people realize, because Brazil, they'd like to co-opt Venezuela into their arsenal of countries, and if in doing so, if they're successful in pulling this off, they would control 60% of the world's oil resources. People need to realize that, as they do in this room, that the dollar reserve currency is the currency that is used to buy oil throughout the world. So if Venezuela falls into the hands of the BRICS, and obviously the political climate that those countries are often ran under, communist China and dictatorial Russia, then this could be a bad thing for the United States and our region. So with regard to the comments that have been made that he's doing this to protect the American people and by default the American dollar, then there's a lot of rationale to these killings and these bombings and the saber rattling going on. And now we see the recent incursion. It just came out that he's putting pressure on the island of Grenada to become a base, a de facto base of the United States. Recall that under the great communicator Ronald Reagan, we attacked and overran Grenada because they were a hotbed of communism. So this is obviously setting the stage for a permanent, hopefully, but a possible permanent removal of Maduro and installing Machado and an administration sympathetic to our interests in the region. I might also add, Gary, I brought up the comments before that Maduro, along with his predecessor, Chavez, who died of cancer, that they really blackened the eye of our oil companies in nationalizing a lot of the resources and investments that we made down there. And I brought up the fact that the Koch brothers have a refinery in Corpus Christi, Texas, which is designed strictly to refine that kind of oil. That they're not equipped to refine the oil that comes out of the Permian Basin and other parts of the country where oil was drilled. So there's a heavy investment in the outcome of this, and of course our banking sector, our SWIFT system, the ability to sanction, having that power globally. And so I think all of those are lending itself to these activities that Trump has acted upon. So yeah, Gary, I think there's more to the story. We don't marshal that kind of force on their coast. Battleships, I believe submarines, and the aircraft carrier that you mentioned is also down there. And then again, there's also the two birds with one stone with regard to what's going to happen to Cuba. And why didn't we go into Cuba? Well, Cuba doesn't sit on largest known oil reserves in the world. So they're not really worth the potential risk and sacrifice to take over that island. And they'll just try to.
It's just not worth it.
From the standpoint of starving and of the necessity of oil. And I pray for that country every day because it's just.
He prays for Cuba every day. Isn't that nice?
Like Venezuela, 15 to 20% of their population has tried to flee or has fled. And so, and of course, that creates the refugee crisis that create the immigration problems that we're trying to address here through very rough means. So, I think that's all I wanted to say. I don't know that I have more to say other than that. Well, I did want to also say that.
Oh yeah, what else?
You know, my thoughts are kind of all over the map here. But I'll leave it there. I'll let Dinah.
I know your people are from Cuba.
Your people? He's a fucking white guy from Poland.
Yes.
I want to go so badly.
You want to go to Poland? I want to go to Cuba so bad.
The colors and the.
Oh, the colors.
And the cars and for people who have shown me photographs that they've taken there, the congeniality of the people and everything, I just really have had for the longest time an urge to go to Cuba.
Oh,
it's
magical country.
I fully understand my culture to an extent that what my family lost when they left. They used to joke with me over there. They said, David, I speak the Spanish, and I said, mi habla, son, I don't speak very good Spanish. But they said, yeah, we've been in a 60-year hurricane, and you're very lucky your family escaped, or you'd be here in the dirt with us. And, it was comments like that kind of broke my heart. But the people are resilient. The music, I tell people that Havana is like a beautiful starlet that was once, gleaming and beautiful, and now you see the beauty, but it's not the same thing. And you'd be lucky to get down there, Gary. It's a photographer's paradise.
Yeah, there are ways. There are still ways of doing it. Thank you for that, David.
Hey, Gary, can I ask David one quick question?
Sure, of course.
So, David, are you, with what you just overviewed, and you went in a great detail, so do you believe the main motivation isn't about fentanyl?
I don't think so. I don't think it's stopping fentanyl. I mean, are the cases going down? I mean, look, it's a straw man, and I think we should stop fentanyl, but we're not attacking the actors that are bringing that our way. Really, I mean, we're doing business with China again. Christmas was probably great this year for retailers. So yeah, I mean, look, we go after the little guys. It's particularly the little guys that have something to lose. And, that's where we make up our stories and help us sleep at night when we do these actions. So, there's no drugs being stopped. Look, we've had drugs flowing in this country since the beginning. And, we saw what the Noriega campaign was about under Bush Sr., the Say No campaign under Reagan with his wife. We haven't stopped anything. It's just been the crack cocaine crisis and how that was uncovered and used. And we used to talk about it in my inner city urban policy classes in college, and our professors would joke about. He would say it's very straightforward. These brothers are flying the planes. They aren't navigating the boats. They aren't doing any of that to bring these things into our cities. So who's doing it and who's behind it? So anyway, I'll end there.
Who is behind all the drugs flowing into America? Is it Gary Baumgarten?
No, I was asking a rhetorical question, as I stated
before, and you went into very great detail. My name is Howard, and I'm a fucking schmuck, and I come on here to play the DJ, and this well-educated person and this critic of the administration. We have to hold the administration accountable.
Being told at this point, without any critical thinking. So,
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Set,
Thanks,
go.
buddy. Time for a little critical thinking. Thanks, buddy. Good one. Oh, I know that's where your people come from. It's a photographer's dream, Gary.
Yes, hello, Gary. Hello, everybody. Two clarifications. Yes, fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela. In fact, Venezuela doesn't produce any drug. It's a transit country. That's the first clarification. The second one, Chavez didn't nationalize the oil company. It was Carlos Andres Perez in 1971. What Chavez did was to push out some of the American oil companies, and there is still some litigations going on in the U.S. courts. Chavez paid some of the money, but I think they stopped paying when the first sanctions, U.S. sanctions, came to Venezuela. So just to clarify that. Now we have been talking, or you have been talking all night about what supposedly a drone attack in Venezuela. Many Venezuelans are wondering whether it actually happened. There is no evidence that a drone attack occurred. We heard Trump saying it, and apparently he did it during, I don't remember exactly when, but I thought it was during the meeting with Zelensky, that he said there had been a drone attack on Venezuelan territory. The only thing that happened was an explosion on a chemical plant. And I would like to read quickly some of the paragraphs from a Venezuelan news service that explain the following. It says, an explosion that occurred in the early hours of December 24 at the facilities of the Primasol company located in the industrial zone of the municipality of San Francisco, Zulia State, has generated a stir in recent hours. Now, this San Francisco is about 3 kilometers away from the Maracaibo Lake, not from the Caribbean Sea. The company have come up with two statements saying, first, Primasol has 14 years in the country and is dedicated to the import, storage, and distribution of chemical supplies for industrial sectors such as food, pharmaceuticals, and personal care. The company issued an initial statement describing the incident as an accident at one causes at its Maracaibo headquarters without mentioning external causes of casualty. Later on, in the second one, they said they categorically reject the version circulated on social media regarding alleged links between the incident and illicit activities or external attacks, clarifying that such claims lack veracity and do not correspond to official information. Besides that, there is no evidence of a drone attack anywhere in the territory of Venezuela. I frankly believe that it did not happen. I think Trump misspoke. We know that he lied. We know that he is demented. I think this didn't happen. And now the government officials are trying to figure out how to make him look good. There is no evidence. There is no video. There is nothing that tells us that actually an attack occurred. And that's all I wanted to say.
Well, this could very well be a disinformation campaign purposely by the administration. And I find it very interesting. You're right. The president has not given any specifics about this alleged attack, I will now call it. He won't even say where it occurred. You know why? Because there are private satellite imagery companies that could be used to confirm if there was such an attack at any given location. And you're right, I haven't seen any of that either. So that's really very interesting. You know, during the war on Iran, we saw a lot of satellite images that looked like they were governmental, but they weren't. They were private satellite images that were provided to the news media by those companies that have the capability of doing that. So if we don't count on the government to show us where the attack occurred, certainly if a large facility, as it was described by the president, was blown up, somebody would have evidence of it by now. That's a really excellent point. However, Dianella, I am going to charge you with coming back no matter what the topic is in the future, of any verification that there was or verification that there wasn't. If you don't mind taking on that assignment and letting us know what you do. And the thumbs up tells me that she's taken on the assignment. William, followed by yours truly with the final word.
Hey Gary, hi Scott, Howard, hi everybody. We've received so many contradictory pieces of information as justification for whatever the hell we're doing down in Venezuela from the Trump administration, that they have undercut their own credibility. So, you say, oh, I think maybe...
William, do you think they even care? Do you think they even care about their credibility at this point?
Well, if they're really trying to project disinformation, I don't know. That's a good question. I would have to... Trump is a pathological liar. So, that is apparently clear to me. Whether it's clear to everyone, I don't know. Is it clear to you?
I lived with a woman who was actually a pathological liar. She was a sociopath, and she fooled me for a long time, because when a person lies in such a manner, they believe what they're saying at the time that they're saying it. So the cues that you get from somebody at the poker table kind of thing, we all get verbal and visual cues from folks that help us determine for ourselves anyway the veracity of what they are telling us. Somebody who's got that pathology, it just comes out. And they say it with such conviction because at the moment they believe it. So I think that that's probably, I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist.
I think that's a really interesting point, though, that you wouldn't get the normal human feedback from somebody that's a sociopath.
Right.
That you would get from somebody with normal.
Right, and I'm not saying that the president is, but in answer to your question,
if you want to say it,
it reminds me of this individual.
So, it's to me, Venezuela has the largest single proven reserve of oil in the world, bigger than the United States, and we are now in the United States self-sufficient on oil, so we don't need to steal their oil. It's bigger than Saudi Arabia. It's bigger than any other single proven reserve in the world. It is dirty oil. Chevron was doing business there until recently. There is, as someone pointed out, there are facilities set up on the Gulf of Mexico. You might want to call it the Gulf of America. I think that's a little silly. But on the Gulf of Mexico, we do have facilities that can process the sour oil that comes out of Venezuela that has a high amount of sulfur and other things that make it pretty nasty for people that are not set up to process that kind of dirty oil. So I think, but they have a huge volume of it. So I think it's pretty clearly about the oil, among other things. While I was listening in this room, I put a link in the chat. I saw that there's yet another explanation for what might be going on there that popped up in the New York Times, where they're trying to tie it in to tankers sailing out of the Persian Gulf with Iranian oil. And there was a graphic that I put in the chat. So that there's, information, and then there's different information. I don't know how well our press is doing to sort it all out. It's a pretty big job. But, yet another plausible or implausible rationale for whatever the hell we're doing with a huge amount of American naval assets pulled out of other theaters of operation where they're needed and put into Venezuela, where I didn't realize that we needed to go to war with them. As far as the fentanyl is concerned, that's made mostly in Mexico with the prerequisite chemicals coming out of China, and for some reason it's Trump now pretending China is our friend, and as Daniela said, Venezuela's transit point. It's not producing cocaine, it's not producing fentanyl, it's just a transit point. Maybe they have, some activity going on there that's dubious activity, but not enough to justify a whole war. And it wouldn't be a clean war because it's the terrain's not easy. It's got jungle. If you look at it in the topographical maps, we'd be getting ourselves into another quagmire. So for the peace president, it just seems bizarre that he wants to, commit to another war for American troops to lose their lives, which would also probably damage it further. Maybe he just wants to do a drive-by shooting, and blow a few things up, and then take credit or try to take credit as being some kind of great hero and savior. Although I don't know what he's saving us. We have enough oil. We don't need to steal their oil. And I think people should remember, like him or not, I don't have to like Maduro, but the property is Venezuela. It is Venezuela's oil, and stealing it is not anything that a civilized country would do. Just to take the oil, which Trump also said, "Oh yeah, I think we'll just take it," in response to a question from a journalist. So I don't know. I think we're just getting into another mess and getting more fragmented and less focused on areas where we do have national interests, like in the First Island chain, in Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, real allies that our attention might be needed, or for Ukraine, where we really should be supporting Ukraine, regardless of whether or not Trump can tolerate that because it conflicts with his love of Putin. But yeah, I think this is just, is it another distraction? I don't know. Is it going to distract from the Epstein files? I don't know. But it just seems like we're spreading ourselves too thin. Even for being the mightiest military in the world, we're spreading ourselves too thin. My thoughts. Anyway, take a look at the
So I didn't see that New York Times article, but I do know that Treasury today sanctioned a Venezuelan's Iran trade, Venezuelan-Iran trade. They sanctioned that today. But I did not read the particulars, and I'm presuming what you're referring to is perhaps the same thing. Thank you for that, William.
Yeah, there's a graphic in the link that I sent, not the first one, not the second one, but the third link that I put into the main chat messenger. There's a picture, a graphic of this route that this oil tanker allegedly took.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Folks, it's the end of the year for us because,
Happy New Year.
Thank you. We will not be here tomorrow for New Year's Eve, and we will not be here the next day, Thursday for New Year's Day, but we will be back, of course, on Friday. So I want to take this moment at the end of the year to just thank my moderators for making this room possible, and you, our users, whether you are coming here just to listen, or whether you are coming here to participate on the microphone, or whether you're clicking on the link above and joining the chat, which for the uninitiated is there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So feel free to take advantage of that. No matter how you are participating, you're making this a success. I'm just the moderator. The room would be worthless if it weren't for you and your participation. We've been kind of watching the numbers. We didn't establish the room with the intent of competing, and we're not looking for likes and that kind of thing. But when people come here, they are voting with their time. That's the way I look at it, and my moderators look at it.
So I just want to end the year to thank all of you collectively for what we see as a very successful year. You know, when we came to Clubhouse from the previous platform that we used, that we outgrew, that we matured beyond the typical user of that other platform. That platform was set up a little bit differently. You could set your rooms to where several people could speak at once, or where only one person could speak at a time. And we always had it set, well, we tried it the other way. We did experiment, but we basically, since before 9/11, I think it was for 25 years I've been doing this. I guess next year will be 26 years, right? And another day. We basically had a room where people speak one at a time. The problem or the challenge with Clubhouse is, well, that's not the culture here. When you jump into most of the rooms that I have seen on Clubhouse, people are all talking over one another and so forth. And that's fine. That's your cup of tea. What we're doing is really, it started out as an experiment, and it continues an experiment. And it's been a successful experiment, again, because of you. So thank you for joining us on this journey, and let's hope that we have many more years as successful as 2025, and let's hope that in 2026 we have a little bit more peace in this world than we had this year. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Friday for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Playing zero tolerance and hate. And you didn't really grow up with that type of mother. Everybody should know it.
Well, that's not going to change the obesity problem in the United States if you're doing the math. But, you know, food stamps, I think it's some 30 million people estimated maybe receive that program. We have 365 million people. That's how you attack the problem. You attack 365 million people, and you attack the trillions of dollars that make the harmful stuff in the first place. But we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We ain't telling everybody what to eat. We're just telling a small sum. That sucks if that's what y'all are talking about. That really sucks. That really breaks my heart. Well, we will change it up, and we'll make sure to have some candy and stuff in our boxes for people maybe, you know, because it's not right. I mean, if you want, you know, you're a grown adult, you be able to eat what, you know, candy stuff, whatever, but I don't know why they're doing this. Is it a punishment? Did they give the context, the reason why they
What I found out is a lot of Republicans say they want to be able to take a 12-pack to the trailer park and get a baddie.
Look,
Right?
I think it's I don't know, like
If something I say or do,
Ashton, but I do think that you know, buying the junk food can be controlled, because what I know is some people, you know, they're on food stamps and they're buying like a lot of processed food to pop in the microwave for the kids with a lot of gluten, and you know that causes all type of like issues in kids instead of them cooking and feeding their kids whole food. Yeah, gluten with ADHD and stuff, that don't match. Like sometimes you can change your kids' diet and you can control like the way they feel at school. And so, and also another thing is that and all that processed food, like hold on, Scott. All that processed food and stuff, that the food stamps don't last them for the whole. It's in your room. Go look in your room. It doesn't last them for the whole month, and then the kids run out of food, and then they're at the food bank, you know, where you hand them food because they just don't grocery shop right. In the beginning, it's junk food, you know, easy stuff. And then at the end, they run out of food. So I don't know, maybe they can control it a little bit.
So you're understand you're for the ban. Mimi?
I think that they can, like, you can still eat, the kids can still eat cookies. Your mom just gotta make them. It ain't saying they won't get, you can buy the ingredients to make cookies and a cake and all that stuff, and then you can take a little cash and get some treats, but you guys gotta understand, like, how do you guys follow TikTok? These women be doing big old hauls. It's nothing but, like, processed food and chips. They got the snack. I mean, they floss the snack, the camp pantry. They floss that they got all the snacks. That's why the men say they come to the house and eat all the kids' snacks. They have all the snacks. So that costs a lot. And then at the end of the month, that's what the dudes say. They go eat all the snacks, and then at the end of the month, they be running out of food. I'm telling you.
Okay, so here's what it is currently, right? Right now, 1 second action. Right now, they say in Indiana, that there's a ban on soft drinks and candy starting on the 1st of January. In Iowa, there's a ban on soda, candy, and some taxable prepared foods. In Nebraska, it's soda and energy drink. In Utah, it's soft drinks, so I guess that's soda again. And in West Virginia, there's soda and sweetened beverages. And then the states that are followed, they're about to do the same thing. 1126, Arkansas. I'm not going to tell you what each one does. Y'all go look that up. Arkansas, Florida, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado, Virginia, Hawaii, North Dakota, South Carolina, and Tennessee.
All right, is this on SNAP benefits?
This is on SNAP benefits, yeah.
SNAP benefits.
Yes. So
Why is it that they don't make vegetables and things like that? You probably seriously, I was in the store and it's like, why is it? I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Ashton. I'm sorry. Thank you.
What the?
That wasn't too embarrassing. He was talking to me.
Whatever the case may be, but at the end of the day, they should make vegetables and that kind of stuff, cheaper. Why is it that a bag of chips may cost, $1.08, but a bowl of vegetables is $5.36? That's a problem, and that is something these manufacturers and people, CEOs, they get a lot of money, but your products are high as hell, the more healthier products. That is a problem, whereas in a lot of countries, they flip it on its head. They penalize the sugary stuff, or they add a sugar tax or something like that, and it forces the public to go to more cheaper options as far as we're making those vegetables and things that are healthier for you cheaper. I think that is what America needs to start doing, because it'll help everybody in this country. And a lot of people, I think they should do that.
Is that true that vegetables cost more than chips? Because that's not my experience. Is that true?
That's all product supply and demand. I think brother was trying to get in there.
Go to get your groceries from, honestly, the majority of SNAP or EBT enabled purchases are already vile to the human body. They should ban the whole thing. They should ban the majority of the freaking aisle we go down day to day, in which children from the 5 to 7 can see within their view. Because if you didn't notice how grocery stores are set up, all the bad food is at the child's eye level. Have you guys ever noticed that? When you go down the grocery aisle, you know what I mean? And all the healthy stuff is at the top, right? A lot of parents are gonna, they're gonna give their kids what they know that they will eat, and some of them are gonna be like, oh, you're gonna get some vegetables in there, and they're gonna have to do both. But it is true. I don't know where Ashton is getting a bag of chips for $1.08. I don't know if you guys live in the South, but we don't see that up here near nowhere.
I looked this up just out of curiosity, right? Because I want to see, is there truly a overwhelming product? And obviously, if it's SNAP benefits, they're going to be able to monitor the purchases. And they said 9.3% of SNAP grocery spending was on sweetened beverages. 5.5% of SNAP purchases were sugary drinks, and 10% went towards soda. And I think they're kind of restating the same thing again, so I don't think those are all in addition. I think they were just kind of giving different categories. It's like a maximum of around 10% is going towards that. So it's not like they're just overspending on that specific section, so I don't get it.
Hey,
They also include any juice with sugar in it as a sugar drink. If you buy, I was looking at the thing, and if you buy juice that includes sugar, that could be orange juice, apple juice, cranberry juice, pineapple juice, they also slid that in as a criteria, and then it has sugar in it, regardless. So
Let's use the sense a little bit. There is
it does. It is. That's what I mean.
Like
Yeah.
anything that has artificial flavors in it, that is what they're like. That is what they're talking about, right? Because if you look at like the wick, when you get wick, you can't have any preservatives or artificial shit in there for you to purchase and use your wick. It's specific for 100% real fruit juice, real. But on Snap, there is no limit. Like, and if you think about a lot of the elders have Snap, a lot of people on SSI, people on SSD, veterans, people who come out of prison. So it's just not like, and they're working
Oh, that's
class.
my good friend Cherry. Hey, sis.
Hey, everybody.
Y'all be nice to Cherry.
And forgive me for like barging in. I'm just saying, like, when you look at the amount of people that actually accept or have a supplement of like welfare for SNAP, Medicaid, all these things, Medicaid spend down and all that, a lot of them are working. You know what I mean? So sometimes I feel like their numbers are off for their political argument, and who most to do their bidding for them, other than people that think they work more than the other people that they think may not be working. You get what I'm saying? The majority of the people who are not completely 100% working are people that need it the most. Elders, veterans, reform, people coming out of jail, people coming out of like rehab. So it's like when they put those statistics out there, it's to make certain groups of people look bad. And when we look at it, none of them have one color. They're all types of people from all different places that have come here and found a home. What it is, I see your title, avoid another government shutdown. How about let's avoid and shut the fucking government up? Excuse my language. Like, let's make them shut their damn mouths and get back to the actual business of doing the job that we need to do. We need them to do for us. They're overly involved.
What your stand is now because of the
My stand is we're all people that have been traumatized and cast and put into these categories and titles and positions, and none of us really ask for it. What they want us to do is destroy ourselves, and people fall into it every day. We can stand against this government and these shutdowns, right, by letting them know that what they're doing won't be tolerated. Like, they talk so much like they're little kids bickering over bullshit when really we're the ones that fall down. All the pieces fall on the people. You know what I mean? It falls down on all of us trying to figure it the hell out, you know, and they give us these little arguments as if there are not certain people within all of these categories that really do their damnedest to be, you know, really good people, you know, working class, you know, abide by the law, good Samaritans, you know, and they use all the racist things is one thing. Then now it's because of the people, they too poor, they on welfare, they don't work, right? And then in between that, they forget about the disabled, they forget about the elderly, they forget that even the disabled are the ones that they cast out their pharmaceutical bullshit on the most. Those that need medical at every angle, whether it's financial, psychological, physical, educational, our American governments are not being adult enough to figure it the fuck out, acting like little kids in middle school, and they're bickering over stuff that really doesn't concern the American people. And those that are looking for a money grab, they're gonna get it because the American people rather argue about the feeble shit rather than the stuff that we need right here, right now, on our own land. You get what I'm saying?
Consequences. Yeah, Sherry. Like,
yeah, it has political consequences what they're doing. But if it's, you know, it's our money that's providing for a lot of, you know, it's our money and the bills that they're able to do behind our backs without letting us know that they're doing them, you know? They don't care about one group or the other. Whoever is doing what they're doing in the system, they don't care about none of us. And if we're not opening our eyes up enough to realize that there is a money grab, there's a really big money grab. You know, we got to be more aware than to just agree on everything that they tell us. They've told us multitudes of lies.
Elected officials. You're saying our elected officials being us? I'm not clear on what you're saying.
Did you say what?
Our elected officials are robbing us? I'm not clear on what you're saying.
A lot of them are being tapped on the shoulder to do a thing for a particular someone because they've already earned a seat and they've already invested their time and they don't want to lose those seats. It's no different from you or me.
I think it's
right? Let's not act like that there isn't corporate, national, international government Ponzi schemes. There isn't spies and motherfucking delegates. There isn't initiates that are actually working on both sides. Like, let's not act like America is so goddamn to half of the stuff that has happened to the American people.
I have a question. I just want to make one quick statement. You know, we have to support black businesses, okay? The fact that they're going to remove these snaps, the states that are going to take away the ability from buying chips, I have a problem with that. I have invested in Master P's wrap snaps, right? And now that's not going to happen. And Angie Reese is doing cereal, and I can't support that now. This is not good.
You can still support it, brother, but you cannot buy it with your food stamps. You're not did you hear? You can buy as many Snapchats and sugaries and whatever else you guys be eating. You can still do that with your own money, but you will not be able to use your food stamps anymore. So that's all.
Can I ask a question to the large group? You know, there's a political part of this, but I think you could boil it down to a scenario. Say there's a family that's in need, and you give them $100. I wonder, does the group say, first of all, can you dictate what that family you give that $100 to over a period of time buys with it? Do you think you should be able to?
Are we joking? It's called philanthropy. It happens all the time.
Absolutely.
What the hell are we talking?
One second, Mars. I just want to make sure everybody understands because this is a part of, this has another piece to this. This comes from the rural transfer health care thing that they're supposed to be doing. And within it, they are making sure that these stipulations are there so that the people can receive the funds. If you don't comply with it, then you may risk your state in not receiving those funds. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that it's not just, oh, hey, listen, we're going to do this, but this is also just a part of an additional piece to the puzzle. Okay?
Yeah, my just premise was what is the principle that you think holds when we give that person that money? What is the demarcation? What can you say that they can do with it or not? It doesn't seem like, I mean, you know, if you can give somebody something, I guess that's just a basic question. What is the level of hands do you think we should have in that equation? There's a political argument to it, but there's also like a philosophical argument to it. Where do we draw that particular line? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would want to give somebody something that is not healthy, but you know, it's still touchy. It still feels kind of funny. So I'm just asking that as a philosophical argument. Where would you put that line if you gave somebody, put it like not just on some government thing, but if you gave that person that money, where would you draw the line to say, sister, you can't buy that, or I feel some kind of way about you getting this or that?
Well, I was trying to point you in the direction of the health. The idea is, if in fact I'm trying to keep you healthy, then I don't want you buying food that's not going to keep you healthy. That's the idea.
Yeah, I don't think that, this is one of those topics that we should really have a whole lot of pushback for. I mean, just like it's been stated, it's not saying that you can't go and buy that. It's just that the government's saying they're not going to be complicit in it. And, as a couple other people had alluded to, I mean, I think that one thing that we got to take into account is that people that come from, impoverished communities typically are lower, in the education standards, and nutrition is definitely something that's left off the table. I mean, it's already been mistaught from the beginning, at least when they were teaching it. But most people don't have an understanding of the adverse effects of overconsumption of a lot of these products. So I mean, from my standpoint, like this is like kind of the one topic that I can like kind of side with when it comes to like this administration. Certain things that RFK has talked about, I would like to co-sign. In terms of like having an attack on these chemicals that they put into a lot of our products and stuff that are banned around the world. I mean, to me, that sounds like something that we should all be in support of, especially looking at the dynamics of this country. I mean, we are largely obese. I mean, obviously sugar consumption is a portion of that. It's more so overconsumption that leads to that. But, I think that it's definitely something that, should be supported in, if it's just trying to suggest you can make healthier decisions when it comes to shopping.
I mean, if it was actually about nutrition, and they would change the rules around like how they did in Europe. They wouldn't have so many sugary drinks. They would have less preservatives for everyone. It wouldn't just be for a certain group of people. So this is a way to punish people who are poor.
That is
because if you think about it, about 62% of your packaging alone has carcinogen in it, right? So that means that it wouldn't matter what the people on SNAP, because every workers who do not receive SNAP are still buying that thing. So I agree on that. 2, now, when you talk about better foods, what better foods are you talking about? Because Smithfield Farms, right, is now in contract with Bill Gates and their Silicon Valley and farming systems, right? And when you talk about better foods, are you talking about the kale and the vegetable that they're growing in vertical farming systems, in which that have solvent green and forever chemicals into them? Because that is literally what they're transitioning people. And regardless of the working class, you're going to agree to something too that is going to be for your benefit. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Because if they really care, do you think that your pharmaceutical system will be pushing hella fucking drugs into your elders and trying, instead of finding them cures, when they very well have the cure? Right? Because most of these agents and things that they put into your environment are specifically because you got fucking mad scientists making this shit in labs. Like, are we not realistic to the times that we're living in and how far technology, pharmaceutical, mechanics, engineering, medical science, and all the things that we have come? Like, are we acting like we're that docile that we haven't done many things? And there isn't people that have done even more things than us?
All right, so let somebody else talk. CEO, you was gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, like, do y'all realize how much of RFK's agenda is recycled from Michelle Obama's health initiative? I'm just curious.
Which is funny you said that, because I was going to bring up the fact she was trying to get bad stuff out of the soda machines in schools, and it was a horrible idea then to the Republicans. I think that's funny.
Yeah, there's like a half a dozen themes that RFK has that is like literally just recycled from what Michelle was doing. And I think it's funny, like some people are just against it now because, it's coming from his administration.
And vice versa. Some people are
for me, it's coming from a heroin addict who has a worm in his brain. That's enough. enough for me right there. I don't believe you would have to show me what he has championed so far to the public that has to do with Michelle Obama and what she did. So far he's been talking about. I'm sorry. So far he's been talking about autism is caused by vaccines. I haven't heard him say anything. Well, removing red dye, has that happened? To me, this whole thing is punishing poor people and acting like poor people are the big problem in this country. And if they don't have sugary drinks, then we all gonna be fucking fine and dandy. But you let the Walmart, these people, what the fuck is their? Hold on, Lisa, hold on. What the fuck is these Walmart people's name? Oh my God,
The Walmarts.
No, the family. Their goddamn asses have so much money. It's ridiculous. But they're out here taking corporate welfare so that we feed their workers and we give their workers health care, and yet they're out here. I can't wait till some of y'all motherfucking Trump voters get your insurance bill come January. You probably already got it and know you can't afford it no way. But it ain't going up just for you, it's going up for everybody. So I hope y'all are happy. The government's trying to make you healthier by deciding you can't drink sugary drink. Y'all fucking full of shit.
Yeah, but I see nothing wrong with that April Fool because a lot of people.
Listen, Lisa, I don't give a fuck what people drink.
Well, then you don't care, right?
My taxes, I'm not gonna pocket watch on poor people, okay? Sometimes that's all the fucking shit they get. They're doing it in the goddamn world. Don't stop. Don't stop.
No. Sugary drinks.
No.
It's the only shit they get in the goddamn world.
If a poor person want to go get some orange juice, do I give a fuck about them getting some orange juice?
We're talking about soda.
So they allowed to get orange juice on their SNAP benefits.
And what? Yeah. What?
They can get orange juice on their SNAP benefits?
Yes. Well, if they consider that as added sugar, somebody said, I think it was Sherry. Sherry, you can tell me if I'm misrepresenting what you said.
I thought you said
Why? Okay, we're talking about organic drinks, okay?
You can get orange juice on that. They're talking about soda.
But they also,
I still don't care about soda. I
if
really
you go
can't find
look at it,
anybody
they're
care about they
talking about
drinking
also
soda.
juices that have added
I'm gonna go make a.
fructose. That's what I'm saying.
If the government cared, this is not them caring.
Okay, I don't know if they're caring or not, but have you seen the kids who come in with the caries, the dental caries, because they're drinking soda and juice out of their bottles? The dental caries, have you seen a little tiny kid?
That's some failure of parenting. That's some failure of parenting is what that is. Who the fuck be giving their kids soda?
I don't know.
A lot.
Soda.
That's a parenting failure.
Okay, so it's a lot of guidelines they put out there that control some of the things that you do. And as far as soda, I'm not gonna push back on them saying you can't buy soda with food stamps. I'm sorry, that's not a fight that
I just don't care.
Yeah,
For me, I don't care enough to police poor people what's in their goddamn money. Yeah, I don't.
That's real shit, Lisa. Like, who cares about this shit?
Well,
That sounds like the red state because Gemini read the state. He read the state song, and it sounds like it's mostly the red states that are doing it. So, I mean, they don't want their constituents to have soda. I mean, I didn't hear New York on that list. I didn't hear California on that list. So.
West Virginia was the only state that doesn't allow the apple juice and the orange juice out of the 5 states that did it.
I think California already, they did like
It's already that way.
energy drink, they already did that.
No, you can buy, in California, you can buy Red Bull with your.
No, you can't do that.
Yes, you can, because we did it the other day. You
Oh, because I was.
buy Red Bull, at least at Costco you can.
On your food stamps?
Are you asking me if I'm on food stamps?
No, I said on, I said, I'm just saying on
Yeah,
your
on that
food
little
stamps.
card.
I just looked right now. It says, as of right now, California does not have any statewide limits on SNAP purchases. That being soda, candy, junk food, nothing. There's no limits
I
on
thought it was
California
Red Bull,
SNAP.
you couldn't buy energy drinks. I thought that was a thing.
Nope.
So I usually want to use, never mind, I ain't gonna say.
Just alcohol. It says right now, just alcohol, tobacco. In California, it's just alcohol, tobacco, vitamins, medicines, supplements, hot prepared foods, pet food, and non-food household items. That's it.
And that's true, Gemini, that was weird. You can't find prepared food at Whole Foods that's already prepared.
you can't buy that, but we could buy that Red Bull. I was like, I'm confused to the store. What else can we not get? And
You can buy prepared food if it's not hot. It's just
No,
it's
but
a
If they homeless, they can buy it.
Yeah, you can buy prepared food.
Yeah, Patty talked about that earlier.
You can buy prepared food if it's not hot. The type that you can warm up like what you call a microwave meal, yeah, like a TV dinner. You can buy those.
Well, homeless people have a special.
Oh, we gotta stop that then because that's bad for them.
Homeless people got a special EBT card and they can buy hot food. That's why at Jack in the Box and stuff, it says accept EBT.
I was telling that earlier before you was hearing me that a lot of little fast food restaurants out here.
Listen, when they talk about buying hot.
Sherry, somebody was already
One
talking
second,
to
Sherry.
you.
1 second. I was about to say, as Mimi, I was talking about that earlier. It's like even around the colleges, not just the homeless areas. Like UCLA, for example. When I go over by there, there's a lot of fast food restaurants right there. That's right outside of the campus because it's by Hollywood. And all of them have that except EBT in the window because they know how many college students
I was
file
getting
for
to
that.
say that, Gemini, because the college kids get EBT.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in college, full-time student, and you're in the work program or some shit like that, I don't remember how exactly the application went. Most college students are on EBT, so they know they gotta what is that place to sell the Doritos? All those places.
All that in the window big.
That's why your taxes
are
high. Why?
Well, we need to make it where you can only spend your EBT at a Whole Foods. Otherwise, fuck you. You can't have that.
Shut up, April.
Let me just help y'all out real quick, alright? Listen, when they're buying hot food on their
I just
EBT,
honestly think y'all shouldn't care that much.
do people forget that on that EBT card that it's like 3 things in one? Do y'all know that? So if they're buying hot food, then that means that they have some type of cash on their EBT card.
No, not in California. We're trying to tell you, not in California. There's a special food stamp card.
Talking about in Cali.
No, because we're telling you what it is in California because we have so many homeless. It's a special EBT card, and the food it comes from the food, so they can buy hot food. So it's not coming from their cash.
It's RMP program. It's the restaurant program. That's our RMP program, right?
Is it only Cali that's getting these kids?
It's not a special
The way the
card.
chat is saying, is it only Cali kids who get the food stamps? Because they're saying college kids.
No, it's not. All college kids can get food stamps all over. No, it's not. They just don't.
Wait a minute, you gotta hear qualify. She's talking about hot food.
I got to go check out.
You gotta qualify for that. You don't just get it.
If they qualify for it, but for most of the time they can't.
Most of the time, college kids can qualify. They don't have an income.
Yeah.
Right, but no, I'm talking. I thought y'all was talking about you getting hot food on your card. I thought that was what you were specific.
We were, and they can. They absolutely can.
Exactly.
Like one thing, the way they do it out here in California, and I don't know for other places, but I will speak on what I know, which is out here, they go by your income, right? What is the income in your household? When they're in the dorms, they're not underneath my income anymore, right? They can go ahead and do whatever they like to do. And that way they can say, I literally qualify. I'm a student, boom. So most of the students do that. Like 90% of the students do that, even at the high-end colleges.
But can I ask you this, Gemini? So, because I'm confused too. So the college kids, do they have to say they're homeless in order to get the hot meal program?
No.
Because my understanding, the hot meal was just for homeless people.
No, I'm talking about the Fat Burger right across the street, maybe. I'm talking about Fat Burger right across the street. Got a big ass.
No, they just opened up
No, we accept
parameters.
EBT.
Yeah, they just opened up the parameters. It's not.
It's say we take EBT. If they don't ask if you're hungry.
That restaurant meals program is for anyone that is disabled or they have like.
It's for anybody on EBT. If they accept it, then you can use
And
it.
this is where I'm trying to tell you guys the difference, right? Because with the RMP program, they're eligible for the hot meals, right? But they can't go and buy to prepare meals, like they can't prepare their own meals. Now, someone else, right, they might have SNAP, which they can go to the grocery store, they can go to the corner store, but the R&P program is specifically from restaurant to restaurant, right? And it's a cash program, but it's just coming out on the EBT card. Just like a person that gets cash assistance on EBT, they get the money by using that EBT card. Just like a person that's on Medicaid, the card that they use for Medicaid is their EBT SNAP card. It's all one card. The restaurant meals program comes out of that card as cash. So the people those people that get the RMP, they can't go to like an ATM and get any money off the card. It specifically only can be transferred through restaurant debit or swipe, right? But the person that gets cash assistance can go to an ATM and pull out cash to take care of like whatever else they need to take care of in cash. So there's the difference, but it all falls underneath that one card. So when they have that card,
we already know that part.
The people that get RMP, they can't go buy cold meals.
So
They've opened up the listen, be quiet, goddammit. What I'm saying is that they have opened up the parameters and allowed some restaurants to make it available for people with EBT. And that's just how that works. Like, why are y'all making such a big deal about this?
I don't know why. Okay, so first of all, the EBT shouldn't be a big deal. I don't have any. Listen, anybody who can get it and qualify for it, you should go ahead and get it and qualify it. That's why it's there. And the people who really shouldn't be on it are on it. But go get it. If you can qualify, the guidelines are there. If you meet the guidelines, get on. No problem. But I really, and since you are getting this money and it's helping you eat and it's helping you not be hungry, if you're homeless or not homeless, I don't think I would have a problem with them telling me, and while we're giving you this assistance for you to be able to eat and get nourishment and with nutrition, you are unable to buy sodas. I would be like, okay, fine, coming from me to have that qualifier. If it's a problem for you guys, I don't even care either what you guys want to do with your EBT. But when we're getting things like this, do you guys really want to get twisted about little simple silly shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I take EBT for sew-ins, Lisa.
Like, yeah.
Yeah,
EBT for someone is straight up. I do want to be clear on this because they're saying most college students don't. Hold up, they're saying most college students aren't on EBT. I don't know outside of California. So I'm gonna concede on that point. I'm gonna tell you in California, they want you to be at least in college for 50%, like or more.
And you have to be on a work program.
Right, that's part of their program. Literally, let me finish real quick. Okay, but anyway, literally, the RAs will literally tell you that. Like, look, if you can qualify, you might want to qualify. If she's not with you, they literally come and tell you that when you're there, right? So that is not like off the record or under the table. This is a regular thing that happens on a regular basis here. Outside of Cali, I don't know.
It's not just California. Any kid that qualifies wherever in the United States of America, if you qualify for it, you can get it in college. If you're in the work-study program, or if you work 20 hours a week.
Correct, Brooklyn. Correct.
Yeah.
And I don't know why
that's everywhere. And that doesn't mean that most college kids have it. No, that's absolutely right. Most don't, but they do qualify if they, meet those parameters.
In Cali, they don't have to work to qualify. That's the crazy part. They don't. The school, like they have to be enrolled to a certain percentage. It's literally for college students.
So you do have to have the work. Yes, they did.
How much you want to bet that you can look it up right now, and in college they do not have to work. I just did. I'll read it to you.
Gemini, I'm not gonna say too much because of this motherfucking app and these stupid ass motherfuckers on it. But I remember that was a question that was on the app. Maybe they don't do it anymore, but I remember one of my blanks asked me or told me, because he was working in the the work study program, right? And that was one of the requirements for it, for getting the SNAP
Or
I understand, but this is what I'm going to tell you. They have a program in CalFresh, and it's called they have what's called student exemptions. Literally, that's what it's called, student exemptions. If you're a student and you're like,
Gemini, and this is why I'm saying it's not for all students. Those students must be eligible in advance, unless they've done something in the past 5 days. That's what I wrote in the chat is what's the updated most. So some of y'all got friends that's on SSI and they don't want to tell y'all. This is why they eligible.
You already said that. Because then we just start getting limited on what they can get.
I give up. I give the fuck up. I give up.
I mean, if the kids qualify, if they qualify for work study, they qualify for financial aid, they probably qualify for food stamps. Y'all didn't put no money up for them for college, so yeah, let them get the food stamps.
Well, did you guys, Lisa, did you guys discuss just even the
Y'all heard
certification process and the barriers that they're creating just for working people to get recertified?
I saw that. It's been everywhere about the recertification. So I didn't open it and look at it. Have you?
Yes, because my state is suing.
Be able to. What state are you in?
I'm in Minnesota in the
You
US.
understand.
I don't care. Most people know. I don't give a fuck. But no, the recertification process, they're gonna make people recertify more frequently and in person. So at least for the state of Minnesota, we're suing the USDA because they want to start a pilot program in regards to that recertification. And while I understand people's concern for nutrition and people's well-being, I mean, I doubt most people even care, even donating healthy foods to their local shelters. I am more concerned about the recertification process because that creates a lot of barriers for people who are maybe staying in a nursing home or in a place where they can't go to a building. And then you have to think about like the staffing numbers that are going to be needed to recertify however many people are in your particular city. And I think that while the food stuff is important, getting recertified for Medicaid, getting recertified for SNAP benefits, those are the true barriers for people.
It's easier to deny them than to recertify, so they don't need that many people to work.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, April. You said that really fast and someone else was talking weird.
Sorry, I said it's easier to deny someone than to recertify, so that's probably why they don't need as many workers. That's my, I'm sorry, I'm pessimistic because I love how people want to talk about what, I'm done with the slamming poor people portion.
Yeah, I feel you. No, I feel you.
We're not slamming poor people.
Yeah, I think
Let me just see something. Wait a minute, Richard. Gemini, you there?
Yeah.
Are you 60 plus years old?
Happen to be, yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, in that case, that explains it.
Yep.
It says, health benefits recipients requires at least one household member to be elderly, 60 plus, disabled. Are you disabled?
You gotta imagine, this is where people are not understanding. They're not in my household anymore. They're in their own household. So they can go by my household. That's how it works. They don't. My income is not on. It doesn't matter. They go off of their own house. Once they are, this is what the RA explained to me. Once they're in the dorms, the household is the dorm. The household income is not my income anymore. Literally, I went through half a year spending money I didn't have to spend before I figured that out.
When they're
People don't understand that. I'm not gonna say much more than that because it's an ass and I'm talking about real life shit. So
Gemini is right about that.
Yeah, that's
your household is,
because you can't claim to be
your household is you. So even if they did stay in his household, as long as they're not his, like, he doesn't claim them on his taxes, he doesn't really give them any money, they still can get food stamps even if they lived with him. It wouldn't matter because the household is them. It's not.
You can just charge them rent.
Wait. So wait. So I want y'all to listen to what you're saying. So if the student's household income, for legal and financial aid purposes, is their dorm income, that means 99.999999999% of college students, those who don't have NIL deals, would get full rides and qualify for every financial aid. So that would mean, for example, let's say take a school, rich school like Yale, or we were talking about Stanford the other day. Stanford, you make $150,000 or something. It's free tuition, but that's every student at Stanford. They don't go for free. How do y'all square that? How can your household income?
They only do it for food stamps. It's not the same when it comes to financial aid.
Hold on. If they do their own FAFSA and the parent don't do the FAFSA and say they're on their own, MAGA's right. But most kids, when they do their FAFSA, the parent does it for them, and they're on their parents' tax return.
They do a FAFSA by themselves.
Yeah,
Coming from high school to college, they cannot.
They can.
They can. If you didn't claim your liquor,
Yeah, they can do that.
If they, if you didn't,
You're coming from high school to college and you're not, and your, wait a minute.
I'm just saying,
Did you say you're homeless?
if your parent did not claim you, you can do your own FAFSA. That's all I'm saying. But most parents claim their kids during that senior year.
Yeah, I did.
I ain't never seen
Yeah,
that.
no,
Whether your parent claim you or not, you still can go out and get your own FAFSA. As long as you're under the age of 22, right? Because technically, legally, your parent, if you go to college, your parent is still legally.
But y'all are confusing the fact that it's not FAFSA and food stamps are in a different system.
What you're saying,
It's not the same.
Ada, that's the same thing, Ada, as doing it with your parents. If you need their income information, then you're not doing it anybody. Yeah, of course they can go in there and put the information in without you, but if they need your tax information, it's not them doing it by themselves.
How we go from EBT
So,
to
right, you're right, Lisa.
I do not know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so
totally different system.
the thing is, that's what I'm saying. It's a different system. They don't count the same. It's not the same. They don't use the same parameters around food stamps as they do FAFSA. They don't even look at the same system when it comes to that. So you could very well be on your parents, or they could help you with your FAFSA, but it doesn't really matter. They're basing it off of you being in school, you being in this dorm room, or whatever the case may be, and you need your food while you're there. It's different
Can I ask
from
you
the
this,
FAFSA.
Brooklyn? Don't the colleges it's mandatory in California, Gemini, didn't they tell you this part? That the kids be under the food program that the school offers, right, Gemini?
She already has her dining card, so yeah, that's true.
So it's mandatory. So we have to pay that anyway, regardless if they're getting FAFSA.
Yeah, room and board.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna leave it alone because I don't want to over-explain what some people. I don't want to go too far into this. I'll say like the way that you apply for your grants, the way you apply and how they look at the household income, and the way you apply for SNAP and CalFresh, 1,000% different. Not the same at all. One looks at the household income as the parent, and one doesn't.
Right. Yeah, they don't even look at. You don't have to put any of your.
I'm not gonna answer any questions on that. With all due respect,
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'm looking at an application. So why don't we just go look at an application for California EBT CalFresh for college students? Would that solve the issue or no? I'm looking at an application. Unless if you're under 22, you must include your parents' info. Unless you get the exemptions, like working, having kids, etc. That does not apply to most students. I looked up the numbers, 420-some thousand in California on EBT. It's almost 2.5 million. It's not even a quarter of students. The students on EBT generally in California and elsewhere, California's not that different. It's FAFSA, it's still, not FAFSA, it's still, food stamps is a federal program, just so people know it might be administered by the states. It's a federal program. They are non-traditional students. Those are the people that qualify.
Exactly.
Anybody here who's been an undergrad or knows undergrad knows they're not walking. Half of them or a quarter of them are walking around with EBT cards.
Yeah, most college students don't need EBT. So
You got some that will qualify. Most of them don't live on campus. They're non-traditional, like he said. That's not most.
I lived on campus and
They don't know about it.
I was on food stamps in college, but I wasn't a traditional student in that I didn't have parents.
Yeah, you got people
on
that
my
don't
fast
know about
food,
it,
so
like
there's that. And then they don't know about it. And you can also exclude your parents. Hello, you can exclude them.
And that's what that's the part that I'm talking
A
about.
lot of students
That's
do
what
that.
they're doing.
You don't have to put them on your EBT, on your food stamp application.
That's all I'm gonna say. That's what they're doing, Matt. You can read between the lines. That's what they're doing heavily. They're doing that. They are doing that.
Okay, that would be fraud. So if you're a dependent student and you're not reporting that income,
But you're not dependent if you're on your own. What if you're really on your own?
No, you have to be legally independent. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Well, actually,
y'all stop talking on the app.
Listen, the thing is with that, where you go messed up is there are parents who their kids clearly have left the home, right? They clearly said they didn't want to live there no more. They clearly left. And there are parents that still claim these kids that they ain't talked to in God so however many years. And these kids go off to have a life. So yes, I can understand the sentiments in that nature. But if you think about who they're talking about 21 and under. They're not talking about 22 and up, right? Right? They're talking about people who are school age, because in America, right, when your kid goes to college, if they go to college, you can still receive certain benefits on their behalf if you do get government services, right? So that is the thing too. And technically you're still legal for them, especially if they go to college, at least up until the age of 21, right? And then after 21, they're required to then, if you have, hopefully taught them how to do their own taxes, file for themselves as taxes. But legally before that, they don't have to, right? Because they're supposed to have a legal setting guardian. But if you think about the amount of American kids that leave the house and go to college, they're talking about a specific group of people when they make that number up. Because a lot of these children, like some of you have said, do not live within these households. So yes, in the way you're looking at it, it is fraud. Because that means that parents are still claiming these kids when they're out there working and busting their asses, paying taxes in their own world.
Yeah, I mean, that is fraud. If you're claiming it's because an independent student and your parents are claiming you, that's fraud.
Yeah, that is for sure. If they claim them.
So now we have to start looking at what class of people are they actually saying is receiving this, because it seems like what you guys are saying is that you got some groups of you from Cali witness a great amount of college kids getting this, right? But then some of them are like, no, it's not so much. So it kind of makes you wonder, and what group of people are getting this? Like, is it specific group of people? Are it the elite schools? Is it the private schools? Like, what group of people? Because we've been seeing a lot of fraud around this nation, is all I'm saying, and they always want to put a face on it. But of all people, aren't the poor supposed to be the least educated? So they can't take on to college, right? At least that's what they tell y'all, right? So I don't know, it just don't make sense.
All right, next topic. Next topic. Oh, we got some new people on stage. Hey, King. Hey, Debonair. Never heard from Debonair before. And P been in the chat a lot, but I ain't heard you say not one word. All right.
How we doing for a second?
Uh-oh. I heard your voice now. Hey, how you doing? Nothing else?
I'll read if you want. Oh, no.
Oh, hey, Devon, you got something? Top of the afternoon, too.
Yeah, I got a couple things. How you doing today, First Lady? Happy New Year's Eve. So I got a quick read. President Trump warned of a harsh response to any potential attacks from Iran and indicated support for an Israel strike on Tehran if Iran continued its nuclear weapons program. I thought we got rid of that program. Anyway, Taiwan drills. China is conducting its second day of large-scale military exercises titled Justice Mission 2025, involving live fire drills near Taiwan. Middle East, the UAE announced it
Wait a
will
minute,
withdraw
repeat that
forces
again.
from
Wanna go back, say that again?
Taiwan drills. China is conducting a second day of large-scale military exercises titled Justice Mission 2025, involving live fire drills near Taiwan. We know they've been propping up, looking like they want to take over Taiwan for years. We have the UAE announced it will withdraw forces from Yemen following a Saudi Arabian airstrike on a separatist-held port in Mukalla. I don't know where Mukalla is. Hamas leaders confirmed dead. Reports indicate that the Hamas armed wing has confirmed the deaths of top figures Abu Abida and Mohammed Sinwar. It doesn't say, Hamas, that must be in Gaza. We have some U.S. news. Trump administration is suspending all child care payments to Minnesota following allegations of mass. We spoke about this. A federal judge ruled that the administration must continue funding the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, rejecting the attempts to halt its funding. Hey, I remember that. They tried to shut that down. We need that CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Snap bans on soda, we just spoke about that. What else? Winter storm, we know that there's a storm sweeping through the country. We spoke about Stiggs. He tried to allegedly assault his chef for payment that she's seeking and money for a business. We know about Anthony Joshua after he broke that dude's jaw. He went to Nigeria. He's in a car accident. 2 people died in that car accident, if you have not heard. I don't know who this is. Tatiana Schlossberg dies. Environmental journalist Tatiana Schlossberg has passed away at age 35 due to cancer. And Beyonce is a billionaire. That's all I got for now, First Lady. Back to you.
That was dope.
That was awesome, thank you.
Beyonce and Jay both billionaires. That's crazy.
And Rihanna, didn't Jay-Z put Rihanna on?
Is it Fenty? You ladies love that?
That's what made her rich, but I'm just asking, didn't he put her on?
He sure did. She spoke about it. Yeah. Yeah, she spoke about the meeting with him and him signing her. Yeah. Gotta love Rihanna. Barbados.
Did you ever find out where the serial killer was coming from?
What? Did somebody just put it in the chat? I haven't been looking into that, but social media experts, they feel that New York has a serial killer. There have been reports of body parts popping up and people becoming unalived at a more than normal rate. There was a woman's body, it was a man's body that washed up on Brighton Beach. That's a heavy Russian community in Brooklyn. And a woman was found dead near the Botanical Gardens. Shout out to the Botanical Gardens here in Brooklyn by Prospect Park. Lovely place to visit when the flowers are in bloom. But yeah, I definitely want to do a deeper dive to see what else is going on. You know, people die all the time in New York, but if something is up, yeah, we need to know.
And your wrap up of today's news, we thank you so much. Did you mention something about Minnesota or something?
Talk about that. The YouTube guy that went around talking about the daycare centers and fraud, and we found out today that it was a white woman that put the Somalis on, and they were making millions and millions of dollars.
You're confusing two storylines.
Oh, okay. Just clean it up for me. Who's that?
So the location of alleged daycare center is actually the back of a ranch, and the daycare center has been closed for a long time for violations that had nothing to do with fraud. But I guess if you put something on YouTube and put Somalis in the title, then it must be true.
Well, actually, that is false. Because
that isn't false.
Well, you got your feeling, I got mine.
Well, it wasn't a feeling. The journalists have reported on it.
To die.
So
but you know, right? So
Yes, Sherry, go ahead with your feelings, but I'm producing
right,
fact.
because that's the way that you feel.
It's
But
not a
when you
feeling, it's a
have,
fact.
like I said, it's the way that you feel. Um, when you have someone who walks up to this place, going into work, being questioned, and he's taken off guard because they're joking like they want to put a child in there, and he's not for sure if he's going to answer these questions or not answer these questions, but he's answering questions, and they walk right across the street to only find another one on their list. Now, mind you, this man is walking around with a list of daycares as well as other businesses that have no students, that no one has ever seen children come from, go into, even though they're marked up as daycares. Some of them have let him in through certain parts of the door, so he was able to get a couple of views. But then again, we're not going to act like we didn't hear that they have stolen $900 million from Americans. You know what I mean? Between the businesses that they've been able to have illegally, between the government grants that they have filed illegally, and this is what's, they're getting down to the meat and potatoes. So yes, you can have your feeling and I can have mine. All I know is that if it was amongst the Black community, that kind of business would have been gone and destructed. They would have never been able to get 900 million. So all I'm saying is that, they pick and choose who they help to do crimes with. And there's many people that come to this country and help those do crime against the actual Americans. And that's just what it is. Let's just be real about it. Like, come on.
Okay.
Okay, Scotty, can you make this make sense? Did he come up?
Oh, I can't make that last speaker make sense. I'm sorry about that.
Somali and Minnesota and the fraud. I'm lost. I'm a visual.
All I was saying before, which I had said yesterday, which is this is all just a target. This is all a target against Somalis done by the white racist, right-wing bullshit, MAGA grifters, because they want to target immigrants, they want to target Black people, and Somalis are easy for America to understand and to point to an enemy that they want. And so they target Somalis, a lot of this stuff in bullshit, and we know it, and it's just distract you from the actual what's going on in America, with everybody fucking grifting left and right in our own pockets, and that's the government, that's the people. But they use Somalis as a necessary foil so that we can all blame them. But we know it's not them. This is targeted bullshit grift by MAGA so that they can create an enemy, and so that they can continue with their xenophobia, their racism, and all the other stuff. So people can say, oh, we got to get the Somalis out of here. This is why Elon Musk had jumped on this. This is why Trump had jumped on this. And this is why they are the targets. That's all. And they're going to do it to Somalis. They'll do it to the next community tomorrow. They'll do it to another community the next day, and they'll keep doing it. Yep. That's 100%. You got it, brother. That's 100% what's going on.
You underwater. We want to hear from you.
So, Sherry, I read
King, you're in the matrix. Okay, go now. I hear you.
Thank you, Divine. So there are a couple of fraud cases in our state of Minnesota. Sherry, for your research purposes, I posted a link for a public website where you can look up the licensing violations and any cases of child care centers, residential centers, services that provide programming such as IHS, what have you. So if you want to look that up, there's a very public website where you can see that. And as I stated, that particular daycare center was closed for violations unrelated to fraud. And the video where they show you the learning center where the word learning is misspelled is actually the back of a restaurant. If you want me to drive over there tonight and show you, I can go live for you right now and show you the restaurant. The other thing that I wanted to say, Divine, is that the $250 million CARES Act related fraud that people are referring to, the feeding the families or whatever, that was a very large fraud case that was very disruptive and very disgusting. And it was led by a white woman and several Somalis, but there was a lot of different restaurants and other connections. And the whole purpose was to get federal funding to give to these restaurants to then feed people during COVID. Now, if you look across the country, there's $10 billion, $100 million, $7 million more in fraud cases as it related to CARES Act. I'm sure that there's a CARES Act fraud case in every single state in this country. The other one was a housing one that was also reported, and they closed down the entire housing services program. So fraud has happened, and it is disgusting. But we all know that when you're a political enemy of Donald Trump, such as Governor Walz, such as Ilhan Omar, such as Attorney State General Keith Ellison, that you're the target. Keith Ellison right now is suing the Donald Trump administration for the umpteenth time about the USDA and its recertification for Medicaid. He sued about the voting rights. Like, there's so many things that he's suing the administration. But that's not to say that fraud hasn't happened. But to connect it to a specific ethnicity is ridiculous, Sherry. And if you want to look up your daycare centers in Minnesota because you care about your children in those spaces, then I put the link in the chat for you.
Not to mention, I want to add one thing. Trump also
Definitely talking to me. But yeah, me speak all the time, because, it was a white woman that started it. So fucking what? It was out of, you guys were taking the benefits, you were reaping the benefits.
Said it was this, there were some
Wait, pause. Did I interrupt you, ma'am?
No, you didn't, but you need to do some active listening too.
No, I actually active listening. I did that with you by not interrupting you, by waiting till you finish and muted your mic, right? Okay, respect. So they actively participated in the fraud, and because a white woman did it, now you can do it. As if if it was any other group, even the Somalis would have been like, yeah, lock them up, put them in jail, goddamn ghetto ass blacks. Stop the bucket. Now all of a sudden, out of all the fucking years y'all been here, many of y'all definitely always correct us and let us know you're not black, you're Somali. Stop. Stop. Hold on, let me finish. Because stop it. Because there are certain things that communities here in America have expressed to many immigrants about the setup of particular people inviting you in and making you do them a favor when you're thinking you're going to get a benefit when they're only going to come and cut your throat in the long run, right? But the problem is Somalis came. They thought that they were going to also too become corrupt and get a fraud, and they were going to reap the benefits of being like white folks. How white folks have been able to scheme and do corporate crimes and barely ever get caught. That was the problem. And now all of a sudden, y'all all black today? Stop it. Because just a couple months ago, y'all were arguing with black people and the right one
mic. Let me get, hold on. Let's keep this shit headed north. Sherry, you always got to bring up race. Every time, Sherry, you got to. But I'm gonna let Spirit go.
The Somalis, it's the blame the white lady that did it. Blame the white lady. She got us into this.
You're singling out the entire community of Somalis. All right, but we're not talking. The idea is that they want to focus on Somalis. They're not talking about the hundreds of pardons. But we can even talk about 24 pardons by Trump on people who literally defrauded the American people in the millions and millions each, every single one of them. They don't want you talking about that, so they send out their fucking goons to Minnesota and get the little fraud that's going on here and there. And yes, there is some fraud. And they want you to focus on that because they want you to focus on Somalis and immigrants and all the quote-unquote bad people, and not the people that Trump is literally pardoning. You heard of Joseph Schwartz, $38 million defraud the U.S. government over fucking Medicaid. What about the, who was the people? Julian Todd Chrisley, bank fraud, wire fraud, tax fraud, and the millions and millions of dollars parted by Trump. Why? I think they played golf with him once. I mean, this is fucking crazy. You have crypto fraud. I didn't interrupt you, ma'am. I did not interrupt you. You want to excuse that, but you want to focus on Somalis. 99.9% of them are fucking working here, and they're trying to live here and enjoy their lives here. You want to focus on them. It's disgusting, and it's part of the MAGA scheme to be able to take Somalis and put a target on them and create them as an enemy in America, just like all the other immigrant groups. And it's fucking disgusting. I'm sick of it.
Can we send that YouTube investigator over to Washington to do some investigation on the corruption that has occurred with regard to Bitcoin, with regard to the illegal airstrikes? Can we send him over there? Can we get that guy to do some investigation on the building out of the dance hall, basic dance hall, or ballroom, whatever they're calling it these days? Can we get that YouTuber? I got some assignments for him since he wants to do so much in-depth research and reporting. I think we have a job for him.
There's 50 grand in that bag.
Sherry, you know, you kind of pass as like one of my cousins. So if you want to apply to be Somali, I have an application for you in your back channels. Your name, I could see you being called like an Aisha or Mariam, maybe. Can I finish talking? I didn't interrupt you. Remember you said we're both actively listening. But you keep talking to me. You can be a beautiful
Hold on, 1 second, baby. Respect. Okay. All right, respect.
All the people you listed as white men. Leave me alone.
I just am saying, Divine, I just want to extend.
Okay, 1 second. I want both of you to speak, but when myself or First Lady or MAGA or Gemini or Welcome Marsha to the stage, when one of us try to, kind of let people go one at a time, please ask nicely that you yield to one of us so you both can go. So go ahead, King, say what you have to say, and then Sherry, you can respond to it. Thank you, appreciate you.
I just want to extend hospitality to Sherry. I think you would make a beautiful Miriam, Asha, a Halimo in the making. I would make you some tea and some sambusa. We could listen to some Somali poetry. Maybe we could go visit Ilhan Omar's house and hang out and watch some black and whites, yesteryear days of my Somali grandmother walking around, and maybe we could have some hookah and listen to Drake. So just let me know, and I'll shoot you a message in your back channels, and you too can someday become a Somali.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh, love. I don't know why y'all think that because someone calls out what it is that they need to change, be it their actual self. I don't give a fuck about your cousin, grandma, auntie, none of that. Most likely in this world, we probably will never cross paths. And if we do, baby, I promise you I'll be cordial. But you ain't gonna fucking bullshit me and act like I haven't been corrected 1,011 times on this app for seeing someone and saying, oh, something black, and then y'all correcting the fuck out of me. Okay? And then, so I wasn't invited then, but all of a sudden, because y'all in trouble, I'm invited then. But how many teas was y'all extending us black folk last year on this app? Stop it. Stop. Y'all need to start that.
I got a joint from DC who's Somali. She got all the tea.
Listen, then y'all say I can respond to her. Listen, stop it. Listen. It's okay. Listen, we could break bread. We could do all of that because I'm just a good motherfucker all around the board. It wouldn't really matter what color you are. Through and through, I'm a wholesome person. But I'm not going to sit there and let a fool sit there and make me more of a fool because they want to be a fool. I'm not about to agree with something that I know to be untrue. Stop it. All right? I'm not gonna sit there and pussyfoot and have to pretend to be your friend just to get along right now because y'all in this hot seat. I'm sorry. Because that wasn't the case and many a times in different rooms about many different topics when it came down to Black America. So I'm gonna need y'all to stop. It's okay, be yourselves. We can still be cool and all of that shit, right? But stop acting like it's certain stuff that y'all didn't pick up that Black people were putting down that you still decided to go against us because this is why y'all mad now. Listen to what spiritual said or what Spirit is saying,
like
right? And what he said was, you don't see them doing this to such and such. You don't see them doing this to such and such. Black people been saying that for mad long. You don't see them doing this to motherfucking. Did she say us? Didn't
No,
he
you
say
said they've
us?
been doing that. Hold on, you said they've
Right?
been doing this
Didn't
to
he
us.
and she say us when they spoke? Why are you directing
I know
about
who the
her?
us is
What I'm
because
saying
they said
is,
Somali.
what I'm saying is, in America,
ma'am.
Black Americans will accept
Okay,
y'all
Black
whoever
Americans.
you are from wherever you come from. We don't really give a fuck about that. We know what there are certain people in white America that they do to not just blacks but all types of immigrants. They use you, they play on your top, they fucking. Can you please stop? Why are you upset, brother?
Because I don't know who.
I'm not mad at you. I'm talking about the overall and general view. I'm not talking about specifically.
You gotta calm down. I'm trying to understand what you're talking about when you said they switched on us. So I didn't know who you were talking about. You gotta calm down, sis.
And right, are y'all naming one specific person? Am I asking? When y'all talk
mic
about left and right, are y'all naming one specific?
One mic on the mod.
No, there's a group.
When you said they, one mic on the mod. When you switch from us to they,
Miss Cherry,
it was hard for me to follow. I'm just saying, for clarity's sake, can you tell us who the they was? And you keep going. I'm not cutting you off. I just didn't know. And I'm not the only one.
Why would you do the day, the week? Why would you do that? We know that in
Because I don't know what the pronoun means.
Listen, I'm not about to do all of that with you. All right?
Are you saying, okay, so let me just help you out. Are you saying, when you say y'all, are you saying Black people?
What I'm saying is, when I said they, he wants me to clarify the they.
Well, yeah, they,
and what
y'all,
I'm saying, we know that there are groups in America over time, before we were born, that have caused havoc and caused people to have hardship, that don't necessarily make it for the people's benefits. There are people that's working in that system, and those are the they. The they that are not us, the they that are not the regular human beings that don't give a fuck about none of this color shit, who you from, where you at, where you going. We just want y'all motherfuckers to learn how to shut the fuck up and get along, fuck all this argument, because what the fuck, I can have more fun with you rather than all this other riffraff. And the people that's leading the country, they are the ones steering the shit, right? When I say the they, I mean the they that don't have any of our best interests at heart, no matter what team you're playing for, right? A lot of these people that they so-called the rich, and some people on Clubhouse, they want to act like they the rich too. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care what your religion is. And I'm not trying to argue with the young lady. I'm not trying to discredit your people either. What I'm saying is, there's been groups of people that there's been groups of people that manipulated all of the races, all right, all of the ethnicities, all of the beautiful fucking cultures of people, right? And at the end of the day, sometimes we get taught by other people things that we should follow, things that we should understand, but some don't, right? And they think they're more better than others. And then all we're saying is, y'all gotta look at the root in which y'all talk. Just like y'all ask Black America to look at ourselves and why we're
Who is y'all?
Somalis have to do the same thing, you know, because there's something that they did wrong. There's someone that misled them or misguided them, or some people, when y'all talk about the fraud, like, it might not even be as much fraud. They were just swindled. Do you get what I'm saying? Because
yes, we get it. Get it. Alright. So one thing that's frustrating, one thing that's difficult, one thing I find so fascinating is that in racist, white supremacist, historically and contemporary period, made group extrapolations about Black Americans. Imagine we all listened to Thug Bully and Playboy Gotti and Concrete, and then extrapolated that to all of us to say that's what Black America is. Just imagine if people said, we just heard Playboy, Bullets Gotti. Oh yeah, all of that. Bullets Gotti. TC. No, actually not TC. Bullets Gotti. Concrete. say that Black America, that's what Black Americans are. That just imagine that you're in the world and someone says, "What is Black America?" I want you to imagine the bullets guiding audio that we are. When people think about Black Americans, we should think about the bullets guiding. Are you gonna suck it? Yeah, baby. I want you all to think about that's what Black America is. When somebody says, "What's Black America?" I want you to think about when Bullets Gotti said he was going to take it from his asshole and suck it. That's what I want people to think about. Because that's what people are doing with Somalis. You have people engaged in fraud. I have some bad news. Some of you Black Americans have engaged in fraud. Does that mean all of us are fraudsters? Well, based off Miss Sherry's logic, we are. Somebody's on. I don't know who that is. Based off somebody else. Rambo, you're on mute. We can hear you. It's MSNBC. How's your Southern Home Chardonnay as well? When somebody says Americans X, Y, and Z, I want everybody to think, "Oh yeah, suck it."
Oh, creep back because is that the way that you look at yourself?
No,
Because you're
that's
not
my
a Black
point.
American, right?
That's the
Are you a Black American or
I no longer am.
like
I was. Well, let me answer the question.
to make you question? Did I interrupt you or did you mute your mic? No.
You asked me a question.
You was offended. She never muted his mic. He never muted, man.
You asked me a question. No, I did mute up. But you just asked me a question. You said, "Am I Black American?" The answer is I used to be.
didn't need you to answer
May I answer the question? You asked me the question. I was Black American.
I was make a statement, like, and you just had to cut me off because you're emotionally triggered.
You said,
right?
You're
You're emotionally triggered in your father that I have a difference of opinion from you. So to make
You
that
asked me a question.
to think that when you think about Black Americans, you would have to think about a nasty, crusty, dusty.
Maybe it's Shamali after all.
Right? Saying something
Yeah.
y'all haven't gotten it yet.
You completely missed the
I have
point.
respect for you, brother. I have respect
You missed the
for you,
point.
and
I'm not your brother.
Because I'm not emotionally triggered. I know you're not.
You're not.
And if you listen to Marshall long enough, eventually
I know you're not because you don't even have no self-control. I said what I said. You wanted to instantly talk over me. You wanted to instantly cut me off.
Can you get back to your point? Can you get back to your
the Wizard of Oz? You don't get right. Of like dopamine.
So when people ask, I'm not muted, by the way. So when you ask me a question,
No fraud at all. We know fraud happens in every community amongst every group of people, right? But what I'm saying is, it's been going on for a long time in many different communities, and now all of a sudden it's the kid that went off the freaking top and on national television. Now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, all the Somalis are now Black all of a sudden. And let's not forget, one of the main reasons why they went in there is because of one of the little kids that made that Somalian video. Did y'all see it? Telling the fucking white men to go suck. No, when you think about white America, or how about when you think about the Somalis? Because that's the video that made them push them motherfuckers to go up in there in the Minnesota. You know that, right? The little one that was saying, "Oh, the white men, y'all work for us. We come over here, we get to use our EBT card because y'all work for us. Yeah, the white men and the woman, they work for me. I rule y'all. Y'all don't know that that's the actual video that started them going over there?
This that Hogan's 4-5 shit right here.
Let me respond. So the point I was making.
Oh,
Sherry, let somebody else speak now. Come on, you rambling.
You got a video.
Come on, Sherry, you gotta let somebody else speak. Come on, girl, you gotta let somebody else speak. The kids outside of the types online and ignorant people, if you're not in Minneapolis, where I are, and the DMV, where the plurality of the rest are clustered, I don't know where y'all coming around Somalis. Now I'm gonna tell you something, maybe because I'm a man and women have different experiences. Any man from the from the DMV who's a Negro, know those ladies in particular, but the men too call themselves black. This they never say just started calling themselves black. That has not never been anything I have experienced. And I've only been in Minneapolis a couple of times, and I wasn't deep with the Somalis. I have never come across Somalis in the DMV area where I'm from where they weren't calling themselves black. I don't know. Maybe
I'm gonna be real. That's not true.
That's not true. Wait a minute. You're gonna tell me? Wait a minute. You're gonna tell me what
Black Americans now about the
I'm feeling jet too hungry.
So Trap, you're telling me what I've experienced is not true? I said I've never experienced it, especially with the women. Which, if you're a man from the DMV, you know what I'm saying. Never experienced that. You ain't that. I'll speak from my own anecdote. I don't. This is a very strange.
No, you just said that if you're a man.
Trump, you from South Carolina, you
Bro,
probably don't even know no fucking Somalis. You know.
Alright, so let me get to the larger point. What I was trying to say to Sherry, not Sherry Maple, but other Sherry, was it's wrong to extrapolate to a whole group of people, from the worst of them to all of them. That's quite literally the move that racists and white supremacists have done against your people. You claim to be Black American. So a Black American commits a crime, and they say all Black people are criminal. The President of the United States, who's supposed to be president of everybody, called an ethnic group trash. He called all of them trash. Trash. A whole ethnic group. That's all I'm responding to. Hey, ask me if I used to be Black American. I'm almost done. What is wrong with you, Sherry? I'm almost done.
What?
You sound like Twister. You sound like Twister. You sound like Twister. Down. You gotta calm down. Go ahead, Trap.
Nah, bro, I don't really gotta fight to be heard and shit like that. I'm not really that focused on this. Y'all can go.
Okay. Go ahead, Sherry. Miss Sherry, do you think?
Just ain't y'all motherfuckers, man. I don't really give a fuck. Say, I'm trying to tell y'all, for y'all Somalians out there, fight the fuck back, because of the shit. In my mind, I'm like, shit, it probably wasn't even that much fraud, but because they pissed off, they about to try to rain hell on them people. You know what I mean? I know it's fucked up. I'm not saying what Somalians or a lot of other groups of people are going through is okay. This shit ain't okay. This shit has happened to many groups before. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, y'all motherfuckers need to fight back. Find a way to fight back, because the thing I know about the system we live in, once they try to find a way to destroy you and make y'all look bad, they just keep going. You know what I mean? And I'm just telling you, that's an experience out of me having my elders and stories that they went through. Y'all motherfuckers fight back. Don't let them do y'all the way they doing y'all. It's probably a lot being blamed on y'all that y'all didn't even do. But because you guys are being highlighted right now, they're gonna.
I'm single because my type doesn't like me. I got high standards. And I'm comfy. Be alone.
Some of the people that y'all did business with, y'all said it was the white lady that left y'all there. People ain't your friends. They just ain't your friends, period. I'm not saying all of them ain't your friends. I'm just saying the ones that y'all fucking with out there, they just ain't y'all friends. Because someone sold y'all out. That's what it looked like to me. Period. So fight back.
What just happened here? What just happened here?
We'll take it. That was the hardest shit we've done all day.
No, I don't think you were trying to fight with me. No, I'm
You know what I'm saying?
Sherry.
All I was saying is, like, when we look at the shit that was happening based on the earlier conversation, I was like, look at what they doing to Somalis. You know what I'm saying? They're sitting there doing this, but
Yeah.
now we have been talking about what's supposed to. Sometimes we think people are our friends, or you do business with people, they get you fucked up.
If something I say or do offends you, please contact the office of I Don't Give a Fuck, then return your bitch ass.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. She is rambling. What the fuck is she talking about? She don't even know what y'all talking about. I'm be real. I don't think she understands what the fuck y'all was talking about. So she just made up some shit inside her head. Okay.
I have breaking news.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Okay. Let's go on mute for the breaking news. Let's go.
Yes, I just found out that Isaac Whitlock Senior, is it junior? Has died. Yes, he was famous for. Oh no!
Yeah, I read it in the chat earlier when you were giving off the.
Yeah, they did put that in the chat. That was in the chat earlier.
I didn't see it. I didn't know that name.
Wow. I don't even know who that is, nor do I know.
You're gonna be in the hallway.
Bro, what the hell is y'all talking about?
That was his
He
line.
just wait a minute. He just got on a new series. He was on a new series.
He was big on The Wire.
Yeah, I know. It's something new recent.
So this dude went through the process of life.
Yeah.
You went through the process of who?
Go back to the trap.
But none of this shakes or even threatens the philosophy of Thelema. On the contrary, it may be called the rock of its foundation. The issue of all is evidently that all conceptions are necessarily unique because there can never be two identical points of view. And this corresponds with facts, points of view close kin, and thus there may be a superficial general agreement, as there is which is found to be false on analysis, as has been shown. From the above, it will be understood how it comes that there are no trances of knowledge, and this bids us inquire into the tradition of the grimoires, that all knowledge is miraculously attainable. The answer is that, while all trances are destroyers of knowledge, since for one thing, they all destroy the sense of duality, they yet put into their adept the means of knowledge. We may regard rational apprehension as a projection of truth in dualistic form, so that he who possesses any given truth has only to symbolize it. In terms of the intellect to obtain its image in the form of knowledge, this conception is difficult. An illustration may clear its view. An architect can indicate the general characteristics of a building on paper by means of two drawings, a ground plan and an elevation. Neither, but is false in nearly every respect. Each is partial. Each lacks depth, so on. And yet, in combination, they do represent to the trained imagination what the building is. Also, illusions, as they are. No other illusions will serve the mind to discover the truth which they intend. This is the reality, hidden in all the illusions of the intellect. This is the basis of the necessity for the aspirant of having his knowledge accurate and accurate. The common mystic affects to despise science as illusion. This is the most fatal of all errors. For the instruments with which he works are all of this very order of illusory things. We know that lenses distort images, but for all that, we can acquire information about distant objects which proves correct when the lens is constructed according to certain illusory principles, not by arbitrary caprice. The mystic of this kind is generally recognized by men as a proud fool. He knows the fact is ardent in his presumption and arrogance. One finds him goaded by his subconscious shame to active attacks on science, gloats upon the apparent errors of calculation which constantly occur, not at all understanding the self-imposed limitations of validity of statement which are always implied. In short, he comes at last to abandon his own postulates and takes refuge in the hermit crab carapace of the theologian. But on the other hand, to him who has firmly founded his rational thinking on sound principles, who has acquired deep comprehension of one fundamental science, made proper pass between it and its demands, which he understands only in general, who has finally secured the whole of this structure by penetrating through the appropriate trances to the neshamic truths of which is the rightly ordered projection in the Ruach. To him, the field of knowledge, thus well plowed, well sown, well fertilized, well left to ripen, is ready for him to reap. The man who truly understands the underlying formulae of one root subject can easily extend his apprehension to the boughs, leaves, flowers, and fruit. And it is in this sense that the medieval masters of magic were justified in claiming that by the evocation of a given demon, the worthy Octinomos might acquire the perfect knowledge of all sciences, speak with all tongues, command the love of all, or otherwise deal with all nature as from the standpoint of its crude are those credulous, critical who thought the education is the work of an hour or a week. And the gain thereof to the adept, not the pure gold, certes, of the stone of the philosophers, but ye, yet a very virtuous weapon of much use on the way, also a mighty comfort to the human side of him, for the sweet fruit that hangs upon the tree, that makes men gods, is just as sunripe, soft bloom veiled of knowledge. Understanding the nature of knowledge, the culmination and stasis of the intellectual faculties, has been discussed in a previous essay. It implies a contradiction of understanding is the resolution of this antinomy. It is the chief susceptible of definition because supra-rational and only achievable by direct experience. One can say at most that it is independent of any of the. It is a significant illustration of the truth